Bola Tinubu to address the worsening security situation and ensure the safe return of all kidnapped victims, particularly the children. Similarly, Davido expressed deep sadness over the abduction and the continued suffering of the victims in captivity. He stressed that the prevailing insecurity in the country should not be allowed to persist and extended his sympathy to the victims and their families. Also reacting, Timaya issued a statement calling on the federal government to take more decisive and urgent steps to tackle the growing security challenges across the country. He appealed for increased collaboration and swift action to address the escalating insecurity affecting many communities nationwide. Organizers of Big Brother Naija have announced that the reunion show for the reality show's landmark 10th season will premiere on June 8th. The announcement was made via the program's official social media platforms on Monday, with organizers teasing viewers about the return of former housemates and the drama expected to unfold during the reunion. According to the organizers, the reunion will air on Africa Magic Showcase at 10 p.m. Watt and on Africa Magic Family at 10:30 p.m. Watt. The reunion comes shortly after auditions for the 11th season of the popular reality television show were concluded. Prior to the auditions, aspiring contestants were required to register through the official audition portal, provide personal information, and select their preferred audition dates, locations, and time slots. Physical auditions took place in Lagos, Abuja, and ENUGU between May 22 and May 24th. The upcoming reunion will bring together housemates from season 10, which aired from July to October 2025, and featured the largest cast in the show's history, tagged 10 over 10. The season featured 29 contestants and concluded with Imisi emerging as the winner after 10 weeks of intense competition. Other finalists included Dede, Coin, Sultana, Kola, Jason J, Mensin, K-Bobo, and Isabella. Faith was disqualified shortly before the grand finale. With preparations already underway for season 11, the reunion is expected to revisit some of the major conflicts, alliances, and controversies that defined one of the most memorable editions of Big Brother Naija. Hollywood has begun celebration marking the 100th anniversary of the birth of screen icon Marilyn Monroe. The tribute event kicked off with a gathering at the historic Chinese theater where fans honored the late actress with roses, a birthday cake, and a rendition of Happy Birthday. The Academy Museum has also opened a special exhibition, Marilyn Monroe, Hollywood Icon, showcasing hundreds of items from her life and career, including the famous pink dress she wore in Gentlemen Prefer Blondes. The exhibition will run until February 2027. As part of the centenary celebrations, Julian's Auctions will host a special sale featuring nearly 200 Monroe memorabilia items, including rare photographs, personal belongings, and film-related materials. Born in Los Angeles on June 1st, 1926, Monroe rose from a difficult childhood to become one of Hollywood's most celebrated stars. Known for films such as Some Like It Hot and A 7-Year Itch, she also challenged industry norms by advocating for fair treatment and greater opportunities for women in entertainment. Monroe died in 1962 at the age of 36, but her legacy continues to influence popular culture around the world. That's the entertainment news. Queen F. Wokunta, Signature TV News.
That's the size of our package. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
On Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when people see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder, and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
We are local.
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV. The three-day summit, now in its second edition, was convened under the theme Remaking the Southeast as an Economic Powerhouse. Designed as an engine room for strategic economic revival, the gathering brought together Igbo elders, traditional rulers, state governors, diplomats, business leaders, and foreign investors, all committed to charting a new economic direction for the region. Deputy Governor of ENUGU State, Ifeanyi Osai, who stood in for Governor Peter Mba as the special guest of honor, commended the organizers for sustaining what he described as a critical intervention platform. He noted that new market opportunities are emerging for Igbo entrepreneurs across African markets and stressed that strong leadership collaboration and regional alignment are essential for success. Osai also emphasized the role of academic institutions, describing them as the knowledge factories that must be harnessed to drive innovation, skills development, and long-term growth.
First in ENUGU, by the time they move their goods from here to Aba or Oka, you will have made 3, 10, 20, 30 revenue checkpoints. That cannot be the zone desirous of growth. If we must expand our opportunities, if we must develop the way we project to, we must first of all work to create a common market. In Southeast, a common market that makes investment attractive to foreign investors and private capital.
Secretary of the Southeast Business Summit, Dr. Ife Diokwenna, highlighted the core objectives of the summit, which include attracting investors, accelerating business deals, showcasing regional potentials, and setting measurable timelines for economic targets. He challenged stakeholders and patrons of the region to work collectively towards building a $100 trillion Southeast economy by 2030, a target he described as ambitious but achievable with the right commitment.
We need to, as a matter of fact, reduce crime. But when it's law actually take place, the private sector insecurity will drastically reduce because of new and independent private sector, which what states actually that we say meeting of business minds.
Summit Chairman Sam Ohuabonwa took a historic reflection, noting that the Southeast once played a dominant role in Nigeria's economic landscape, especially between 1960 and 1966. He urged the governors of the 5 Southeast states to prioritize regional economic restructuring and deploy their statutory powers to rebuild what he termed the region's lost economic glory.
Others may blame it on Hanese. What is Ohanese doing? That's the question here. That's the refrain. What is Ohanese? Each time there's a problem, what's Ohanese doing? If the Southeast is not moving forward, they blame Ohanese. And sometimes they blame our traditional institutions. And some others say it is the fault of the business class. People are not investing at home. You are going to invest somewhere. In my view, ladies and gentlemen, all these complaints are correct. And in fact, there is enough blame to go down to every one of us. Why are we where we are? Why are we punching below our weight?
Other speakers stressed the urgent need to confront insecurity, rebuild investors' confidence, strengthening infrastructure, and restore trust, all key ingredients required to attract sustainable investments into the region.
How do we reverse this? We have to adopt what we call export-led growth strategy. Please understand that Nigeria doesn't have we don't have industrial policy in Nigeria. You don't know that. We don't have industrial policy in Nigeria. We should have industrial policy for Southwest. We don't have trade policy. We don't have trade policy in Nigeria. We don't, as of now, we don't have trade policy.
It's an opportunity for the Igbo community to join hands with us. We are designed through the governance system, through a well-balanced economy, through a very, very stable currency, and GDP per capita, which is very consistent.
The South is endowed with a lot of resources. The Southeast is endowed with a lot of business and industrial capabilities. It is therefore not surprising that a coming together of these two regions, not exclusively, and moving together, advancing the economies of these two regions to the benefit of the entire nation, is something that we look forward to.
The Southeast Business Investment Summit 2025 is expected to produce a comprehensive roadmap for reviving the region's economy. Stakeholders say the journey towards remaking the Southeast may be long, but with unified leadership, secured environments, and renewed investors' confidence, the region can once again take its rightful place as a major economic force in Nigeria and beyond. In ENUGU, Chinemere Mikebuna, Signature TV News.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We are local.
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, signs, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
You don't tire for this picture. Oh yeah, make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they wait you. Sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey, whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal they reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get Ogbonge free to air decoder, you don't win. This one, now our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700-388-7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by MBC.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated reserve and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
I'm so hyper today. I'm so hyper because this month is the 6th month in the year 2026. What is wrong with me? This happiness is making me lose concentration, but I'm super happy. I feel like this month is gonna be greater and better than last month, even though we know that a whole lot happened in the month of May. Jesus Christ. A whole lot happened in the month of May. So my prayer this month is, God, may every single thing that was supposed to happen last month, good things actually, happen this month. So this is me wishing you a happy new month, every single person out there. And yes, this is E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. I know you missed me. I missed you too. So today we're going to be talking about the trending stories and of course social trend. I've got it all covered for you. I came so hyper because I want this whole month to be filled with happiness and joy and energy and vibes and everything that has to do with good vibes, right? So let's delve into it. Nigerian singer David Adeleke, popularly known as Davido, has revealed plans to buy back his music masters from his foreign record label, Sony, before retiring from the music industry. So speaking on an episode of the long form podcast, Davido stressed the importance of ownership in the music business, noting that he intends to regain control of his masters and secure a lasting financial legacy of his children. According to the singer, once he acquires his masters, he plans to assign portions of his music catalog and royalty earnings to his children, ensuring they continue to benefit from the revenue generated by his songs long after his retirement. Davido also urged artists to pay close attention to the business side of music, emphasizing that ownership and control of creative works are crucial for long-term financial success. And that's the truth. it is one thing to be a musician, and it's another thing to understand the business part of music, the financial benefit of music, and not just you releasing songs, topping charts, and making money and not making long-term money for your children. Let's take a look at fella Anikulapo Kuti. Every single thing he did when he was alive, especially in the music industry, that legacy and that footprint is still working with his children, to the point that he still receives honor even in the dead, right? So the video is more like advising you all that in as much as you're topping charts right now, you should make long-term business deals, long-term agreements, sign contracts, sign make the necessary business alliance with people, so that at the end of the day, whatever you made do, because one thing is this: when you're under these record labels, you tend not to be the entire owner of your music, especially when you retire, right? So, but the truth is, people will keep streaming your songs. I mean, I know they still stream Fela Anikulapo Kuti's music and a whole lot of artists that are dead and gone, right? So they still stream their songs and money still comes in, but due to the fact that they don't have full ownership and they didn't sign any contract of, even when I am retired, I still need to get pension, if that's the right word. I still need to get money from my music and streams. They don't then tend to do that. So Davido is more like he's gonna buy that record label. He's gonna own it. He's gonna own it. And that is as soon as he's done with his master. So it's more like he's making futuristic plans for his children, because he knows that he's not a small artist. So when he retires, what happens to all the music that he has dropped? Hundreds of music, all the what do they call it now, collaboration music, where he's featured, and the ones that he featured people, his albums and all, a whole lot of songs. So when he retires, it's more like you're retired and everything is gone. No. And I like that plan. I really do like that plan. And I don't think it's only for artists. I think everybody should do something like that. If you're if you're retired, let's not say when you're dead now. If you're retired, you should make, if you're planning to retire soon anyways, you should make long-term plans that even when I retire and even when I'm dead, any money that comes out from every good thing I've done in life should be given to my children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, next generation, to the point that my legacy and footprints will not be forgotten. I mean, generational wealth is not made by just sitting down and making money and then you retire and then you go and rest. No, it is made by whatever deals and contracts you've signed, whatever agreements you've made with your wealth. So if you don't know the business in what you're doing, it's more like when you retire, you'll be poor forever. So the video is just like giving you guys his plans and giving you the advice that all you upcoming artists, all you artists that are not upcoming, if you're into this, start making money from it and start making agreements and contracts that will give you long-term financial progress and financial stability once you retire. So moving forward, music video director turned filmmaker Dami Twitch has revealed that Nollywood producers can no longer use Afrobeat songs in their movies without obtaining proper permission and licensing. This has been going on for a long period of time anyways. So speaking on a recent episode of the Afropolitan podcast, Twitch explained that the challenge stems from the fact that many Afrobeat artists have signed publishing agreements with foreign companies, giving those firms control over the rights to their music. According to him, the situation has made it increasingly difficult for filmmakers to secure the legal use of popular Afrobeat song, even when they have personal relationship with the artists involved. He noted that in many cases, the musicians no longer have the authority to grant permission independently because their music rights are tied to contractual agreements with publishers. So Twitch stated that the development has created a strain in the relationship between the Afrobeat and Nollywood industries. He explained that the high cost of licensing music has become a major obstacle for many Nigerian filmmakers, most of whom operate independently and lack the financial backing of major studios or investors. He added that only productions supported by large studios or well-funded investors are often able to afford the fees required to include Afrobeat songs in their films, leaving many independent producers unable to access music that could enhance their projects. You know, I could remember, what's that movie that Bimbo Ademoye, what's the name of that movie now? I can't remember, but she used Ugochi's song, and after using that particular song, I think she had these less views, and you know, people, I think they filed her for copyright or something, you know, and then she got to find out that someone else is using that same song that was authorized by her, right? It's more like this artist made this particular song for me and no other person is allowed to use it. And I know I've had this conversation before, that I watch Black American movies, I watch American movies, and especially Black American movies actually, they tend to use artist songs for their movies. I think there's this one I watched and I heard Burna Boy's song inside that film. I kid you not. I heard his song inside that movie and I'm like, so if these Black American movies are more like all these BET movie, BET movies, Tyler Perry movies and the likes, right? So I'm like, if they can do this, there was a time I also heard Cardi B's song in one of all these movies. I've heard so many. So I'm more like, why? I know that they use sound in Nollywood movies. I know that I hear people singing, and I'm sure that possibly these people go to studios to record just that particular song for that film, right? But why don't they use songs like Davido's song, Chike's song, you know, Chike's song for love scenarios, Johnny Drill, in traditional marriage scene, you know, Flavor song, Fino songs. Why don't they use it? And I'm like, that thing actually brings this whole bridge between the both of them, between the two industries, because it's supposed to bring this harmony and collaboration between the music and the Nollywood industry. But like they said, they don't have full license to, most of them do not have full authority and full license to those songs, especially because of the record label they are under. So that's why Davido said that whatever you're doing, make sure you're making futuristic plans for your songs, especially when you retire. These are the issues. So Nigerian singer Divine Ikubo, popularly known as Rema, has opened up about the end of his previous romantic relationship, revealing that he decided to walk away because he found his former partner to be manipulative. So speaking in an interview with YouTuber Corti EO, the Afrobeat star described the relationship as beautiful but emotionally demanding. He explained that despite the positive moments they shared, the relationship often added to the pressures he already faced as a public figure. According to Rema, he expected his home to serve as a form of comfort and relief from the challenges that came with his career. However, he said the situation became difficult when he continued to encounter tension and emotional strain in his personal life. The singer noted that the constant pressure eventually became overwhelming, prompting him to end the relationship. He said that he is currently focused on himself and is not interested in pursuing another romantic relationship at the moment. Anyways, nobody said even if he decides to pursue romantic relationship next 3 years, if a manipulative partner comes into your life, you will still face the same thing. But I do understand what he's trying to say. It's more like, let me focus on my career, because there was a time Don Jazzy actually made the statement that if you're in this kind of industry, you cannot multitask doing this and doing that, because this part needs your attention and this part also needs your attention. So how are you going to blend in? And this thing becomes worse when you're now a star, like when you're on the spotlight. And do you have that partner that can be able to understand that oh babe, I'm at this stage in life, can you give me time? Can you understand that I will be traveling from one country to another for shows, for concerts, for collaboration, for music features, for, you know, for tours and all that. It takes the grace of God. That's why you tend to see that most of them divorce, because I don't know, the long term, the compromise to stay for that long period of time is usually not there 100%. Some of them could understand and, okay, I know what I'm signing up for, let's do this. And some of them, they don't understand. They enjoy the butterflies at the beginning, but when they get to that top, it becomes more intense. So they tend to manipulate you to stay at home. They tend to do things to make you not do this and do that. And if you do that, your career is going down. So I totally understand what he's saying. And this happens in not just in music industry, in every phase of life. That's just it. I mean, if you're going to the top, the higher you go, the tougher it gets. That's how it is. So whatever problems you're facing now that it is low, believe me that when it gets up, you will still face problems that not problems that you can't solve. It's problems that you can solve, but it's gonna be tougher than how it is right now. Anyways, Tinubu following criticism that emerged after his recent comments on insecurity and injustice in Nigeria. The singer, whose real name is David Adeleke, had earlier expressed concerns about the state of the nation on social media, acknowledging that entertainers, including himself, had not done enough to speak out on issues affecting Nigerians. He lamented the growing level of injustice in the country and stressed the need for public figures to use their voices more responsibly. His remarks generated mixed reactions online, with some social media users questioning his sincerity because of his perceived closeness to members of President Bola Tinubu's family. In response to the criticism, Davido dismissed suggestions that he was affiliated with any political group. He maintained that his friendship with Sheyi Tinubu does not stop him from expressing his views on national issues or speaking out when necessary. The award-winning singer also recalled facing backlash in the past after discussing Nigeria's challenges during interviews with foreign media outlets. According to him, his concerns about the country's situation have remained consistent over the years, regardless of public reactions. Davido further explained that he has known Sheyi Tinubu for many years and regularly communicates his concerns and observations directly to him, emphasizing that their friendship does not influence his willingness to address issues affecting Nigeria. That's the problem with my country, Nigerians, and especially those netizens. I don't know if people just carry their family frustrations and problems and put it on top of somebody's head. Now, we could remember when Davido went for an interview outside the country and he was asked some certain questions and he was really complaining about how Nigeria as a country is not, the economic situation of Nigeria is not helping at all. He was hammering on it. He was really talking about it. Boom, it went viral that, oh, how can you talk about the state of the country like this? Yada, yada, yada. People were saying all sorts of things, pouring frustrations on everything he said. We are still in that state of disarray, right? And Davido, do you know, I think out of many, he's the only person that comes out to actually say something. He's the only artist, aside from Nollywood actors and actresses, they do, I mean, those people are wonderful human beings. They go all out to do things like this. But when it comes to the music industry, I think one out of many, which is Davido, that I know of, I'm sure of, he's the only person that comes out to talk, like, say things, act like I'm feeling this thing. Even if probably he doesn't spend most of his time in Nigeria, but he has friends and family that stays there. So he tends to make comments. Now, he made a comment dragging entertainers that they are not trying at all, that they're supposed to take things like this personal, other than taking other things personal. Somebody came and was laying curses on him and his generation. Now, the question is, what exactly did Davido say that warrants this? He's calling out on his mates that we know they try. We suppose they carry this thing for head. As normal citizens, they carry them, and we have fan base. If we use our fan base to go viral and all that, someone is saying, may God punish you and your generation, kiniko, kiniko. So what do you want him to do? He complained about it in an international podcast. It's a problem. He comes here and talks about it. It's a problem. So if he doesn't talk about it, it's also a problem. His comment was like, I don't live when I go sleep, I bet. That was the last thing he said. And I think that's the best thing. Because most times people just tend to pour their frustration on people that knows nothing about it. Because what was the reason for that statement you made? There was no reason. No reason. And you know one thing with social media, as soon as somebody has social media, they can just say whatever they like. And, you cannot come and beat me in my house. We have freedom of speech in this particular platform. So that's why. Anyways, that's all I have for you in the news segment. We'll go on a short break. And coming up next is Social Trends. Stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. You're still watching eVibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. This is Social Trend as usual on Mondays, where we tend to look at what's trended during the weekend, what's trending in the social media platforms, and then we tend to look at some videos and, of course, see how netizens are reacting to it. So fresh concerns have emerged over the fate of dozens of students and teachers abducted from schools in Oyo State, Orire local government area, following the release of videos showing the victims in captivity under harsh conditions. The victims were among 39 students, including toddlers, and 7 teachers kidnapped by gunmen during an attack on 3 schools on May 15, 2026. One teacher was reportedly killed during the incident. In one of the recent videos, Mrs. Alamu, a school proprietress and one of the abductees, appealed to authorities to pursue dialogue with the kidnappers. She alleged that the previous security operation led to the execution of one of the captives and warned against actions that could further endanger those still being held. The video showed Mrs. Alamu and other victims exposed to severe weather conditions without adequate shelter, highlighting the difficult circumstances of their captivity. She called on President Bola Tinubu and other stakeholders to intervene and facilitate negotiations aimed at securing their release. The development has intensified public outrage and renewed calls for urgent action from authorities. Family members of the abductees have continued to plead for assistance with Mrs. Alamu's husband, Professor Wale Alamu, breaking down in tears while appealing to the government and security agencies to rescue the victims. Amid growing pressure, Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde has assured residents that efforts are ongoing to secure the release of the abductees. The governor said the state government is working closely with relevant authorities and exploring all legal and collaborative measures to bring the victims home safely. The abduction remained one of the most troubling school attacks recorded in the state in recent times, with families anxiously awaiting the safe return of their loved ones. Take a look.
We learned that yesterday some army was sent, and that has compounded our problems. It has added to our troubles. In fact, one of us has been picked that they are going to kill him because they use force. We are pleading with you not to force yourself into the bush, but please call them and dialogue with them. so that the problem can be solved and we'll be able to go home alive. They have promised to kill all of us if any of the armies come into the bush again. Please, we are pleading with you. We are begging you in the name of God. Please, please.
Yeah, so, you know, I had an argument with somebody. That was last week. I think still during Children's Day or something. Yeah. And the person was like, what is the point of celebrating Children's Day when children are under rain and sun, in pain, agony, they've not eaten, no water, no shelter, nothing. And we are celebrating Children's Day. I was in a conversation with somebody and the person was explaining to me how he saw a video on Facebook and how even my mom saw that and she began to cry. I don't want to see that because I'm a very emotional person. I don't know how I'm going to react, right? So I tend to listen to what people say. But the good thing is I think the government has started doing something and they've gone on strike. Teachers, schools have gone on strike, and that's something we've been lamenting since. I know I've been shouting and clamoring on this, that they're supposed to be on strike, because if it was a pilot or something happened to someone that works in the airport, was kidnapped or killed or something, they will go on strike. If it's something that happened to the medical team, they will go on strike. If it's any other organization would go on strike. But I don't know why schools are still in session. All schools are supposed to be at home. All. From Abia State to the last state in Nigeria, they're supposed to be at home till all the children in, I'm sure it's not only Oyo State. Every child, every teacher that has been abducted is released. That is what they're supposed to do. So if they're not released, forget about it. If you feel like you paid school fees and your school fees is running, I'm sorry for you, because you really need to understand what this thing is. So I'm happy that it's quite unfortunate that they've been there for over 3 to 2 weeks now, right? Because I'm sure that this thing happened a long time ago and everyone was so quiet about it. But immediately we started clamoring about it, that's when the government knew what to do, and that is very, very, very unfortunate. And let's not sound disrespectful, but it is very inconsiderate of the government. It is only when other citizens of the country tend to clamor and shout that people tend to do something. So it's more like they need to push you before you do something. It really do not make sense in any way. Anyways, let's see how netizens reacted to this particular video. I think I have so many comments. Let's move on to the comment section. Now, Ray said, but if someone on social media criticizes or abuses the First Lady or President, tomorrow morning, DSS, EFCC, Civil Defense, Amotekun, RRS, CID, and all of them will line up in front of the person's papa house. Why they can't track these people like that? Okay, I think I understand what he's saying. Why can't they track these people like this? You know, when I saw this video and the other videos, I'm more like, so does it mean they make these videos and send it to people? Or they post it? Because they're supposed to have social media handles, right? And if they have social media handles, that's like a trace to get to them. You know, we see so many action movies and how they tend to get robbers, kidnappers, how they send bomb, they throw bomb. You know, all these things that happen in action movies. I don't know how it's being created, but I don't know why Nigerians just can't do it. Why? It's as if the bandits are stronger than our soldiers or our government. Let's have the next comment. Let's have the next comment, please. Mantra said, what's defense budget used for? What's defense budget used for? So our military don't have the basic tech to track these guys. No night vision, drones, or covert tech to lock in on these guys without putting the whole stage at risk. The same thing I told you that happens in action movies. I'm not a fan of action movie, but the ones I've seen, I know that there are ways to these things. There are ways that they could do this thing that nobody will be harmed. Not nobody. The bandits will be harmed. But those abducted would not be harmed. So why are they not doing it? Why are they not equipped? Why are they not knowledgeable about things like this to avoid mishap or disaster or something that they would regret doing? Why is it not happening? Why is it that we are like backward? It's more like they are more advanced than we are. I saw videos of them flaunting money, about 200 million naira. Who gave it to them? So we actually, you know, when you're giving advances to somebody and what's that word now? You're enabling the person, right? You're enabling them to keep doing what they're doing. So we don't have these tech things to, you know, do something to make these guys, because even if they release these people, I'm sure that, God forbid, but if they don't do something about these bandits, we'll hear about another kidnap and things like this. Let's have the next comment. Muhi said, who is recording? The DSS couldn't trace all of these. The same question I just asked. Let's have the next comment. Case Leono has said, these kidnappers are playing mind games. They are already exhausted and want to move into other victims. Two things are involved. The security forces are closing in on them and they can't withstand it. So they either release them or waste them and move out from that axis fast. This is very, very tactical, right? Because right now because they keep sending, and you know the fun fact, they keep using this particular woman. They keep using her to make these videos. So it's more like these people are wasting. They are tense, they are shaking, they are worried that it's either they're gonna be caught or negotiation is gonna be made and they will be paid. And if that is not done, they will kill these people and move on to the next victim. So there's fire on them right now. They are literally tense because it is out there. The soldiers and people are out there to release those children and teachers. So I think this person is very, very smart. Anyways, let's have the next comment. Eze1 said, Kobo, the government will not pay. Pain is what took us to where we are. Let them surrender. I would rather like the government give the relatives 20 million each than pay ransom. Okay, I think I understand where he's going to. It's more like they shouldn't pay ransom. They should rather kill these bandits. Because if they don't pay, it's two things. It's 50-50. If they don't pay this ransom, they might as well kill those people abducted. Right? Mind you, a toddler is there. Somebody's mother is there. Somebody's only child is there. So if they don't pay the ransom, they'll be killed. But on the other hand, if they pay the ransom, they are enabling them the more. So if they leave Oyo State, who knows the next state they would be coming to? Right? So I think I understand what this person is saying, but it's 50-50. It's 50-50. If they don't pay this money, the lives of those people are at risk. And if they pay this money, the next victim is also at risk. Me and you, we are not even sure if we are safe. Let's have the next comment. Where is the original source of this video? Like, how does this video get to the internet? What's happening? So these kidnappers can post things like this online and they cannot be traced. Jesus, I said the same thing. Because how? So they have internet, they have social media accounts. They're so proud. Like, they're so proud. It's more like we're giving them the leverage to keep doing what they're doing. Something is, you know that thing they say, how do Igbo people say, there's something playing drums for you. The dance you're dancing, something is playing drums for you. So something is giving them the morale to do things like this. And we need to find out. Anyways, let's have the next comment. Patrick says, they are surrounded already. The best thing is for the kidnappers to negotiate their way out. Ransom won't work anymore. Negotiate their way out. Ransom will not work. How? Are you agreeing to what the other person said? Well, let's have the next comment. I'll never support the motion of government paying any dime for ransom because this has encouraged them to do more all of these falls back to the incapability of bad government and bad governance. Life has moved beyond all this rubbish. These are sophisticated tech that can track. There are sophisticated tech that can track down these guys, and I just talked about it. Those things we used to see in action movies. Why are we not doing it? Why are we laid back? Why are we behind? Why are we still in the past? The world has evolved. Technology has taken place. I'm sure there are guns and, you know, machines that could kill somebody without you hearing one single sound. So why are we not doing that? Why are we not collaborating? Why are we not buying all those things? Why are we not doing it? Let's have the next comment. Now I can boldly say that bandits are scared. They now know they are in trouble and they will soon be caught. But I want the government to pay the ransom just for the sake of the people and children in captivity. Exactly. Because this is a 50-50 thing. If they don't pay the money, those people in captivity might die. And if they pay the money, those bandits are going scot-free. And who knows the next victim? Let's have the next comment. Our national intelligence is lacking in many ways. In fact, we have no national intelligence. Wow, that's deep. That's what I'm saying. It's more like we're lacking behind. We don't even know what, we don't have the machines. Because I'm like, where are those things that they usually use to go for war? All those helicopters that throws, well, is it missiles? I don't know. But like those machines that, if you want to go for war now, there are things that they use to do. Why are we not using them? Why? Why are we enabling this? Why are we giving them the leverage that, oh, we are scared of them? You know? It's more like we are giving them the privilege to do whatever they like in this country. So I'm not saying they shouldn't pay the ransom. They should find a way to pay the ransom and also find a way to kill those bandits that we don't tend to hear about. I know that it's not possible. But like, if we keep enabling them, they tend to do this every two months or every week. Who knows the next state? So the government should do better. We are happy that they are doing something, but they should do better. They should be more equipped. They should do what technology is doing and find a way to make sure this kind of mishap do not happen again. And as for the NUJs and the rest, I'm happy for them. I'm happy that they've gone on strike. I'm happy that schools are not in session. You should continue until those people are out. So that's all I have for you on Social Trend. Coming up next is interview. So stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Nostalgia and how it's being brought back to life in modern events. Our guest today is Chisilde Cecil Ike Okafor, the creative mind behind the unique Easter Sunday experience titled Kiddish, an event designed to take people back to the joy, innocence, and fun of childhood. Now, in a time where life moves so fast, she's choosing to slow things down and recreate those special moments we all grew up loving, from play to laughter to shared memories that connect generations today. So today we'll be talking about the inspiration behind Kiddish, the journey of putting it together, and why nostalgia is becoming such a powerful part of modern experience. So thank you for gracing our invite, Madam Cecil. You're even wearing a well-printed design Kiddish attire.
Rep the brand anyway.
Something I notice about most of the events you tend to organize, it's always giving a nostalgia of childhood and all that. Why?
I don't know. It's my thing. I'm a big baby. I keep saying it. Like, I always want to go back. Like, the stress of this adulthood is too much.
You need to grow up.
Like, I'm growing up. Like, I'm a lawyer.
Okay.
But you need to also do some things that, sometimes just do it and forget about
the whole adulthood thing.
I don't want it.
That's the biggest scam of life.
Yes, honestly, adulthood is scam. But it's not really scam. Because, you have some privacy and some other things that come out with it.
All right, so, the event is over 2 weeks ago. You picked the right day for it.
Oh, really?
It's that Sunday.
I'm not sure.
Really, why?
It's you to tell me if we picked
No, I'm telling you now. Because I didn't stay long at the event, but my sister and friend, even a colleague was there for quite a long period of time. So talk to me. What actually gave you that inspiration to come up with Kiddish?
Honestly, I keep telling people that it's not the money, it's not... Right now, what we're doing now wasn't even why we even started from the first place. It started from my personal home of depression. I think the last time I was here at Signature TV, I talked about Kiddish. I think that was at 3.0, thereabout. So we started Kiddish on the fact that we just wanted... I was depressed. I finished school. My uncle died. My uncle died July 7th. I will never forget that. And when he died, I was tired. I needed to go somewhere because that's my closest being. Like, he's very, very close to me.
Yeah.
So I was depressed and all, and I left the city. And I was coming back, saying, like, okay, when you're coming out of depression, and you're like, what can you do? So many adults are going through some level of one thing or the other. How do we make these adults, even if it's just a day, And then we said, every young adult who plays in an abaya, the words, the Yoruba name. But we're like, we're going to the East, it might not really sit well with the name, and people might not even buy into the idea. So we thought about childish, thought about this, and at the end of the day, we're like, I could be a kid, it's Kiddish. I don't think there's any other better story to what Kiddish came out.
And everything that has to do with that event gave the whole childhood.
Yes, that's the plan. The bouncy castle, the water guns, the party, the music, the party packs, which party packs people. Yeah, that's what we're trying to create.
So the whole idea is to make adults go back to how they used to be when they were younger. Yeah. It was quite embarrassing.
Why?
A little bit. Not in the way that you're seeing it, actually. It was fun. It was fun, but at the end of the day, you tend to feel like, oh my God, I'm playing like a child and all that. So you have to go back to think about all the games you played when you were younger and recreate it. Now tell us what happened behind the scenes of creating everything, getting the bouncy castle, water gun, and the rest of them.
Okay, from my end, I feel, sorry, no offense, but I feel like some Eastern professionals should learn how to do better. I think we went through a whole lot of stress during this current edition. It's either from the person who rented the bouncy castles to one person or the other, So I think what happened behind the scenes was more of the stress that it's in the planning, more of getting up those things that we needed for the event.
Yeah.
Because people stressed us. It was a whole lot. You remember the fact that we shared a date with somebody, like we didn't even know that we could be able to pull that level of people, but we're sure that we wanted to do it. We had that assurance that if it's not Easter Sunday, it's no other date. So I think that's what just happened behind the scenes. The stress, tears, the cries, the fears, and everything in between.
Did you expect a sold out that very day?
Honestly, no. I knew people were going to come, but I didn't know it was going to be like water. If you notice, Kiddish crowd was like water. The more people leave, the more people come. At some point, our tags finished. The gate was choked up. My friends were calling to come and help them get them inside. We didn't expect it. We just knew that people were going to come, but we didn't know the level.
The fun fact about this whole Kiddish thing, I stepped out that same day, and a very matured woman, she should be in her late 30s and all that, she actually got tickets for that Kiddish thing.
I didn't expect this.
Honestly, I was like, you got ticket for kiddies and you're planning to go play. She said, of course, yes. So now my question is, did you plan this whole party for people under the age of 18 to 30, 40, and of course, little children, or you planned it specifically for adults?
Okay, it's only for adults, but you know, we can't kill the kids that come for the event. The only thing we advise that once it's 5, 6, when the rave starts, find a way to take your child home, because I think that's the rave. But apparently, it's for everybody. It's for every adult, whether you're 40, even my grandma came for Kiddish. You know, so it was.
Did she play the whole
Yeah, she played. So it's for everybody. There's no exception.
Yeah. You know, Enugu is turning to a very eventful state and all that. Now, my question is, when it comes to ticketing, do you think they are laid back a little bit to buy tickets? I think most of the time they find it interesting buying the ticket that very day, especially when they start seeing people posting things on social media. So do you think buying tickets is actually a laid back thing for most of the people in Enugu State?
Honestly, if it was years back, I would say it was a problem. But right now, I feel like Enugu people are more interested in value. Are you giving them value? What are they coming to see? Are they just coming to see a beer parlor where they are drinking and eating usual? Are they coming to see an experience that's different? That's what we're building from Kiddish. And the fact that it's once every year. So people, plan, just like Bole Festival, how you just plan for it. You know, so you have to give people experience. So I don't feel people are laid back with tickets. I just feel like it's the experience you give. But yes, more tickets are sold on the day of the event because people are always skeptical whether they should go, whether they should not go. Is their friend going?
So Enugu as a place where they create matured events, beer parlors, like you said, and all that. These are done by individuals. I mean, you're so very young to create something like this. Have you ever thought of maybe working with the government and Commissioner for Culture and Tourism and other organizers for events like this to make it more nostalgic and global for people to be part of?
Well, during this edition, we invited the Commissioner for Culture and Tourism. You know, she's our mother, invited her, but I feel maybe because, that day we also had another thing happening in the East. So, she could not divide herself. I really don't have a bad thing on that, but we would have loved to see her that day. We have given a pamphlet. We have created something in Enugu that we feel the East should hear about. It doesn't just have to be us. Enugu entirely has seen. We also got support from Enugu North. This is something, an experience we are growing. So, but we are trying our best as much as we can, and we are open to a lot of people, helping in, coming in. The Commissioner for Culture and Tourism and other officers being part of it. Even the governor, we don't mind.
Imagine the governor part of Kiddy.
No, yeah, we it's not a bad thing. It's just it's also telling Gen Zs that I can do this, and the governor, I can't be part of it.
So when you see this whole event, I know you had one more event last year. I think around November, December, and of course Kiddish now. So where do you see this whole nostalgia? Do you see nostalgia taking place? For other events that are coming up during the festive period, do you think they should add a little play to some of the events like this?
Honestly, every event has its unique code. I'm currently planning the Niger Shawarma Festival, which is scheduled to happen on my birthday, May 3rd.
Okay.
And what we're trying to create is to show that the love for shawarma and what everything is about, you get. So I don't think everything should be about nostalgia. Some things are just like the Abacha Festival. You can't come and say you want to start playing water gun at Abacha Festival. You can't even come and say you're doing it at Roadblock or any other event. I feel like every event has its unique code, and I won't advise that. Just do that for Kiddish and other experiences for other. There's so many experiences to enjoy.
Yeah.
So, any people should come out because we are planning so much for the year.
We are super proud of you, honestly, for someone that is a lawyer. Did you ever dream of doing things like this?
Well,
aside from the fact that you said you were kind of depressed and you had to take a walk and then this whole thing, did you ever, sometime in the past, think about doing this?
When I was growing up, I wanted to wear my wig and gown, go to court, my lord, may you please honorable court, But when I got into law school, even before law school, I studied at Godfrey University. And as early as 200 level, I was into surprise businesses where I just buy cake, do birthday party. People still call me for that. I still do it on a low key. Or maybe because I'm trying to push my events brand more this period. You know, I started doing that small. My friends knew, they called me, told me to do this. You know, every time there's something in school, I won't forget my dean. He would tell us, oh, come and be part of this, bring ushers, do this, you know. And he was gradually taking peak and all that. I think after school, I just realized that after law school, even in law school, I was SRC chairman for ENUGU Campus Abad. And we did SRC weekend. I was able to like plan it without stressing myself. The only thing I think that stresses me in events is finances because, you know, sponsorship and all that. But after then, I just found out that this is where I want to be. I want to be a lifestyle creator. I want to be able to create events. I want to be able to say, oh, Enugu State is giving up Barra Square. Fill it up. I mean, it's my own work to go and find how to fill up that space. Tiger is coming to Enugu. Amsterdam Malt is coming to Enugu. We want to do an activation. The place is empty. What do you do? And you plan everything and also make sure that people come. I think that's where
So you enjoy being an event planner?
Yes, I love it.
Wow.
It's everything. It's more of everything I dream of. I want to be globally known and not just in the East. But I also want to hold the East as much as, because that is the place that made me. So yeah.
High five. Thank you. Okay, so one more question. How was the participation at the whole Kiddish events? Were people engaged with it?
I wish I can open TikTok right now. Like, people are asking, when is it again? Can you have it another year, you know, and all that. The funny thing about this is that we don't even, like, it's not like we carry water guns and start moving around to make people just come in and they are doing their thing. They just see a pool, they are getting the water guns, they are fighting on the bouncing castle. Like, I don't know. I don't know how it happens. It feels like magic, you know. And you know, the funny thing is that our crowd is funny. They come in groups, like, you don't just one person, you know. As against 12-1, a vendor of mine at Kiddish was like, oh, people are not going to come. She's calling me, I'm like, what is happening? Is there and I'm like, I don't know. I just feel like people just want to engage in things that concern the brand. And we want to do so much, not just in Enugu. We want to explore other states in Southeast gradually, you know, and see what turns out for us. So,
now, you know, that very day, another event is going to happen at the IC. It happened actually. Yeah. So did that give you some kind of scare that people might not want to turn up and also turn up for that particular one?
I will be honest with you, yeah. When we announced our dates, we did not even know about any other dates. We announced in December. And when we announced, the week later, the event was announced at Opera Square. Okay. So, and then we were like, should we change? Should we not change? I mean, it was a whole lot of, you know the event we're talking about and everything that would have come up with the event. And we tried, we tried to change, you know, ups and down and all that. Well, I mean, I called my team members, I called my friends, my family, everybody. They're like, we're ready to do this. And they're like, we're doing it together. If we fail, we fail. But we didn't even want to. Sure, we just prepared our mind for 500 persons. We said, if we do have 500 at Amadio, we're happy. We would have our fun, party, and know we did this thing on the same day that this was happening. Yeah. But it turned out that God just, I even lost Kiddish Instagram page. Till now, I don't have an Instagram page for Kiddish. My personal page is gone. You know, when we lost the Instagram page, we felt like there was no hope, no way to push on social media because I was creating content back to back on my personal page. Sometimes I climbed the bus. Sometimes I'll be on the road talking to myself, you know. So many weird things that I did to make sure that Kiddish went outside. But it wasn't even clicking till, when we lost the page. So sometimes I'm grateful that we lost the Instagram page this year. I don't know, but it's my own.
So it's more like a disappointment is a blessing.
Yes, I think that is what it is.
Anyways, Cecil, we are super proud of you.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry we can't continue this conversation. I experienced the Kiddish and I'll say it was fun. I love the whole idea of nostalgia. It gave the whole vibe of I'm tired of being an adult. I need to be a baby. We're super proud of you, and of course, I wish you so well. I wish you I still want to see you in that lawyer role. And this one that you love event planning so much.
But you know the funny thing, I still draft.
You do?
I'm a lawyer. You cannot take that part. Entertainment law is my thing.
I thought you left it.
No, I can't. I suffered for that course. You know, I can't leave it. Alright. So I want to say thank you. Thank you on behalf of Kiddish team to Signature TV. You know, when you send me a message, I'm like, I didn't know, like I was shocked, because, it's been so long I came here and I don't know if the people I knew were still here, kind of thing. But it's happy to see that you guys are watching out and trying to help sell us out. It's not easy to just, call us out on a show. So I want to say thank you, Signature TV, and we hope to do more, more exciting things and wonderful things.
All right. We shall not call you out too. We just invited you.
Yeah, it's part of it. You called me out. I was hiding in my shell. I've not gone from
you. You don't look like someone that is hiding in her shell.
I've been hiding. Like after kiddish, I've just been hiding.
You don't even look stressed in any way.
Because I'm planning a new event,
I love your strength and energy, for real. Anyways, thank you so much for having this conversation with me. I had a great time. And of course, I'm sure our viewers enjoyed this conversation too. Unfortunately, the show has come to an end. We'll draw the curtain here. Join us same time tomorrow for interesting stories, of course, fun segments and conversations like this. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I remain your baby girl, Queen Wokonta.
We are local.
The international community is observing every...
Just finished the
Why
the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The 3-day summit, now in its second edition, was convened under the theme Remaking the Southeast as an Economic Powerhouse. Designed as an engine room for strategic economic revival, the gathering brought together Igbo elders, traditional rulers, state governors, diplomats, business leaders, and foreign investors, all committed to charting a new economic direction for the region. Deputy Governor of ENUGU State, Ifeanyi Osai, who stood in for Governor Peter Mba as the special guest of honor, commended the organizers for sustaining what he described as a critical intervention platform. He noted that new market opportunities are emerging for Igbo entrepreneurs across African markets and stressed that strong leadership collaboration and regional alignment are essential for success. Osai also emphasized the role of academic institutions, describing them as the knowledge factories that must be harnessed to drive innovation, skills development, and long-term growth.
First in ENUGU, by the time they move their goods from here to Aba or Oka, you will have met 3, 10, 20, 30 revenue checkpoints. That cannot be the zone desirous of growth. If we must expand our opportunities, if we must develop the way we project to, we must first of all work to create a common market. In Southeast, a common market that makes investment attractive to foreign investors and private capital.
Secretary of the Southeast Business Summit, Dr. Ife Diokwenna, highlighted the core objectives of the summit, which include attracting investors, accelerating business deals, showcasing regional potentials, and setting measurable timelines for economic targets. He challenged stakeholders and patriots of the region to work collectively towards building a $100 trillion Southeast economy by 2030, a target he described as ambitious but achievable with the right commitment.
We need to, as a matter of fact, reduce crime. But when it's tough, actually take place through the private sector and bank service, insecurity will structurally reduce because of new and independent private sector, which is what state is.
We are local.
The international community is observing
Where the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, ENUGU state government debunks alleged attack in ENUGU. FG ends mandatory 3-month pre-retirement leave for civil servants. Senegal president names government boycotted by ally-turned rival. And Mozambique says 5 citizens killed in xenophobic attacks in South Africa. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far. Wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The ENUGU state government has dismissed as false and misleading reports circulating on social media and other platforms alleging that some natives were attacked at Ogu in Ogu local government area of the state. A statement issued by the State Commissioner for Information and Communication, Dr. Malaki Abu, stated that no such incident occurred anywhere in Ogu or any other part of the state. He described the report as a fabrication deliberately concocted by individuals seeking to misinform the public and create unnecessary panic. The commissioner noted that the people of Ogu and other communities across Enugu State are going about their lawful activities without any security breach. He therefore urged members of the public to refrain from spreading unverified claims capable of causing fear and confusion among citizens, assuring them that security remains a top priority of the state government. The commissioner warned that anyone found to be involved in the deliberate creation or dissemination of fake news would face the full weight of the law and urged the people to remain. The Enugu State Police Command has also reacted to the video circulating on social media, alleging that persons were killed by herdsmen at Ogu Junction along the Enugu-Port Harcourt Expressway. A statement signed by the Public Relations Officer of the Enugu State Police Command, Daniel Ndukwe, refuted the claim, describing the narrative as false, misleading, and intended to cause unnecessary fear, panic, and tension among residents. Ndukwe stated that preliminary findings indicates that the incident did not occur as portrayed in the video, and that there is no available credible evidence to substantiate the allegation. He urged members of the public to disregard the video, while warning individuals and groups involved in the deliberate creation or dissemination of misinformation to desist forthwith. The command said it remains committed to safeguarding life and property and ensuring sustained peace, security, and public order across Enugu State. However, investigations carried out by Signature TV showed that the circulating video emanates from an incident that took place at Onorieze in Ogu Council area on the 20th of February 2026, when the natives blocked the Enugu-Port Harcourt Expressway to protest alleged killings in the area by suspected herdsmen. The federal government has abolished the practice of granting civil servants a mandatory 3-month pre-retirement leave, clarifying that such a provision does not exist in the public service rules. The directive was contained in a circular issued by the head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Didi Wilson-Jack, and addressed to ministries, departments, agencies, and other government institutions. According to the circular, several public institutions had wrongly interpreted the required 3-month retirement notice period as an automatic leave entitlement, resulting in the premature withdrawal of officers from active service. The head of service explained that Public Service Rule 120243 only requires officers approaching retirement to give 3 months' notice, attend a 1-month pre-retirement workshop or seminar, and use the remaining period to regularize service records and pension documentation. She stressed that retiring officers remain in active service throughout the notice period and are expected to continue performing their official duties unless attending approved retirement programs or granted leave under existing regulation. The circular directed all ministries, departments, and agencies to immediately discontinue the practice of compelling retiring officers to vacate their posts before their official retirement dates. The Special Assistant to President Bola Tinubu on social media, Dada Olusegun, has criticized content creator and comedian Nasboy over a video shared on social media, accusing him of spreading fear with misleading content. In a post on his X account, Olusegun alleged that the footage shared by Nasboy originated from the Republic of Benin and has no connection to Nigeria. According to the presidential aide, the video was sourced from a page that identified the armed men in the footage as terrorists operating in Benin Republic, making its presentation as a Nigerian incident misleading and capable of causing unnecessary public anxiety. Olusegun stated that while Nigeria faces security challenges, public figures with large followings will have a responsibility to avoid sharing unverified content that could spread fear among citizens. The video, posted earlier by Nasboy, with a caption directed at President Bola Tinubu, showed armed men on motorcycles carrying out an operation in a rural area. Although similar footage has previously been released by terrorist groups operating across the Sahel region and parts of West Africa, the origin of the particular video could not be independently verified. The Central Bank of Nigeria has unveiled an ambitious reform agenda aimed at achieving 95% financial inclusion and significantly expanding digital payment adoption across the country by 2028. Speaking at the launch of the Payment Systems Vision 2028 in Abuja, CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso said the initiative is designed to bring an additional 15 million Nigerians, including market women, farmers, and young people, into the formal financial system. Cardoso described the vision as a blueprint for how Nigerians will transact, save, trade, and participate in an increasingly digital economy, stressing that the goal is inclusion, not exclusion. According to him, the central bank wants financial transactions to become faster than a blink by 2028 through improvements in payments infrastructure, interoperability, and settlement systems. The CBN governor said the reform would also reduce dependence on cash, improve efficiency, lower transaction costs, and contribute to economic growth by supporting trade and productivity. He noted that trust remains critical to the success of digital payments and announced a target to reduce fraud losses to less than 0.001% of all transactions by 2028. To achieve this, Cardoso said the Apex Bank will strengthen identity verification through the integration of the National Identification Number and Bank Verification Number systems, alongside the deployment of artificial intelligence-driven fraud detection tools. The CBN governor further stated that the initiative is intended to position Nigeria as a global fintech hub by encouraging innovation, expanding open banking opportunities, and supporting the development of globally competitive fintech companies. He urged stakeholders across the financial sector to focus on effective implementation, stressing that the success of the vision would be measured by outcomes rather than policy documents. Still to come, Senegal president names government boycotted by ally-turned-rival. Mozambique says 5 citizens killed in xenophobic attacks in South Africa. Stay with us.
We are local.
The international community is observing every
Just finished taking why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Senegal's President Bassirou Diomaye Faye has announced a new government following the dismissal of Prime Minister Ousmane Sonko and the dissolution of the previous cabinet amid growing political disagreements. President Faye unveiled the new administration during a live television broadcast, less than 2 weeks after removing Sonko from office over differences that reportedly included the management of Senegal's struggling economy. Despite the appointment of several individuals linked to Sonko's political movement, the former prime minister declared that his party, PASTEF, would not participate in the new government. Sonko, who was recently elected Speaker of Parliament by allies in a vote boycotted by the opposition, said discussions with President Faye revealed significant disagreements over the future direction and role of the ruling party. The president appointed senior economist Amadou Al-Amino Mohamed Low as the new prime minister, citing his expertise in addressing the country's mounting debt challenges. Prime Minister Low subsequently announced a 30-member cabinet, although several prominent figures from the previous administration were notably absent. Sonko reiterated that PASTEF would not be represented in the government, despite several party members being included in the cabinet lineup. Political tensions between the two leaders have intensified in recent months, with Sonko publicly criticizing Faye's leadership style, while the president has called for the ruling party to move beyond dependence on any single political figure. The development marks a significant shift within Senegal's governing coalition and raises fresh questions about political stability in the West African nation. The Mozambican government says at least 5 of its citizens have been killed in xenophobic attacks in South Africa, marking the first officially confirmed deaths linked to ongoing anti-immigration protests in the country. According to a statement issued by the Mozambican government, about 800 Mozambican nationals were caught up in violence that erupted in the coastal city of Mossel Bay over the weekend. The government said 7 Mozambicans died during the incident, with 5 killed directly in the xenophobic attacks, while 2 others lost their lives in a road accident as they attempted to return home. Authorities said 300 Mozambicans were repatriated on Saturday, while more than 500 others were moved to a safe location in South Africa's Western Cape province, pending their return to Mozambique. South African police confirmed they are investigating the deaths of 2 men at an informal settlement in Mossel Bay, where reports of anti-migrant violence have emerged, although authorities have not officially linked the deaths to the protests. Iranian officials have warned that Israel's escalating military operations in Lebanon and the continued conflict in Gaza could jeopardize ongoing ceasefire negotiations with the United States. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi accused Israel of violating the ceasefire by intensifying attacks in Lebanon, while also criticizing the continued U.S. sanctions and restrictions on Iranian ports. Araghchi stated that the ceasefire between Iran and the United States applies to all fronts, including Lebanon, stressing that any violation in one area constitutes a breach of the entire agreement. Iran's parliament speaker and chief negotiator, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, echoed the position, describing Israel's actions in Lebanon and the U.S. naval blockade as evidence of non-compliance with the ceasefire arrangements. The comments came as Israeli forces advanced deeper into southern Lebanon and issued evacuation orders for residents in Beirut's southern suburbs, raising fears of further escalation. Meanwhile, U.S. President Donald Trump said he had intervened diplomatically, claiming that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu assured him that troops would not proceed into Beirut. Trump also stated that Hezbollah had agreed to halt attacks, although it remains unclear who represented the group in the reported discussions. Ukrainian authorities say at least 12 people have been killed and dozens injured following a large-scale Russian missile and drone attack across several regions of the country. Ukraine's Air Force said Russia launched 656 drones and 73 missiles overnight in one of the largest aerial assaults since the war began. Kyiv Mayor Vitaly Klitschko confirmed that at least 4 people were killed in the capital, while 48 others, including 2 children, sustained injuries during what he described as a massive enemy attack. In the central Dnipropetrovsk region, authorities reported 8 deaths and at least 36 injuries, including children, following Russian strikes. The northeastern city of Kharkiv also came under attack, with local officials saying 10 people, including a child, were wounded. Ukraine had earlier warned of a possible large-scale Russian offensive after President Volodymyr Zelensky disclosed intelligence reports indicating Moscow was preparing a major assault. Russia's Ministry of Defense said the strikes targeted Ukraine's military-industrial facilities, energy infrastructure, and transport networks supporting military operations. Meanwhile, Russian officials reported that a Ukrainian drone strike killed 1 person in the Kursk region near the border, while another attack triggered a fire at an oil refinery in the city of Krasnodar. The latest escalation comes as United States-led efforts to negotiate an end to the conflict have slowed, with the administration of President Donald Trump focusing attention on ongoing tensions in the Middle East. Nigerian music stars Davido, Victony, and Timaya have joined growing calls for the rescue of dozens of pupils and teachers abducted by gunmen in Oyo State, urging President Bola Tinubu to take decisive action against rising insecurity. Organizers of Big Brother Nigeria have announced that the reunion show for the reality show's milestone 10th season will premiere on June 8th, promising viewers another round of drama, revelations, and unresolved tensions among former housemates. And Hollywood is marking the 100th anniversary of the birth of legendary screen icon Marilyn Monroe, with special exhibitions, auctions, and tributes celebrating her enduring impact on the entertainment industry. Queeneth Wokonta has all the details on entertainment news.
Some Nigerian musicians have joined calls for the rescue of pupils, students, and teachers kidnapped by gunmen from Baptist Nursery and Primary School, Yawota Community Grammar School, and LA Primary School, Esile in Orire, local government area of Oyo State on May 15, 2026. A total of 39 students and 7 teachers were abducted during the attack, while 2 teachers were reportedly killed, triggering widespread outrage across the country. Reacting to the incident, singer Vitoni urged President Bola Tinubu to address the worsening security situation and ensure the safe return of all kidnapped victims, particularly the children. Similarly, Davido expressed deep sadness over the abduction and the continued suffering of the victims in captivity. He stressed that the prevailing insecurity in the country should not be allowed to persist and extended his sympathy to the victims and their families. Also reacting, Timaya issued a statement calling on the federal government to take more decisive and urgent steps to tackle the growing security challenges across the country. He appealed for increased collaboration and swift action to address the escalating insecurity affecting many communities nationwide. Organizers of Big Brother Nigeria have announced that the reunion show for the reality show's landmark 10th season will premiere on June 8th. The announcement was made via the program's official social media platforms on Monday, with organizers teasing viewers about the return of former housemates and the drama expected to unfold during the reunion. According to the organizers, the reunion will air on Africa Magic Showcase at 10 p.m. Watt and on Africa Magic Family at 10:30 p.m. Watt. The reunion comes shortly after auditions for the 11th season of the popular reality television show were concluded. Prior to the auditions, aspiring contestants were required to register through the official audition portal, provide personal information, and select their preferred audition dates, locations, and time slots. Physical auditions took place in Lagos, Abuja, and ENUGU between May 22 and May 24th. The upcoming reunion will bring together housemates from Season 10, which aired from July to October 2025, and featured the largest cast in the show's history. Tagged 10 over 10, the season featured 29 contestants and concluded with Imisi emerging as the winner after 10 weeks of intense competition. Other finalists included Dede, Coin, Sultana, Kola, Jason J, Mensing, K-Bobo, and Isabella. Faith was disqualified shortly before the grand finale. With preparations already underway for season 11, the reunion is expected to revisit some of the major conflicts, alliance, and controversies that defined one of the most memorable editions of Big Brother Naija. Hollywood has begun celebration marking the 100th anniversary of the birth of screen icon Marilyn Monroe. The tribute event kicked off with a gathering at the historic Chinese theater where fans honored the late actress with roses, a birthday cake, and a rendition of Happy Birthday. The Academy Museum has also opened a special exhibition, Marilyn Monroe, Hollywood Icon, showcasing hundreds of items from her life and career, including the famous pink dress she wore in Gentlemen Prefer Blondes. The exhibition will run until February 2027. As part of the centenary celebrations, Julian's Auctions will host a special sale featuring nearly 200 Monroe memorabilia items, including rare photographs, personal belongings, and film-related materials. Born in Los Angeles on June 1st, 1926, Monroe rose from a difficult childhood to become one of Hollywood's most celebrated stars. Known for films such as Some Like It Hot and A 7-Year Itch, she also challenged industry norms by advocating for fair treatment and greater opportunities for women in entertainment. Monroe died in 1962 at the age of 36, but her legacy continues to influence popular culture around the world. That's the entertainment news. Queen F. Wokunta, Signature TV News.
That's the size of our package. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken the bill by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The 3-day summit, now in its second edition, was convened under the theme Remaking the Southeast as an Economic Powerhouse. Designed as an engine room for strategic economic revival, the gathering brought together Igbo elders, traditional rulers, state governors, diplomats, business leaders, and foreign investors, all committed to charting a new economic direction for the region. Deputy Governor of ENUGU State, Ifeanyi Osai, who stood in for Governor Peter Mba as the special guest of honor, commended the organizers for sustaining what he described as a critical intervention platform. He noted that new market opportunities are emerging for Igbo entrepreneurs across African markets and stressed that strong leadership collaboration and regional alignment are essential for success. Osai also emphasized the role of academic institutions, describing them as the knowledge factories that must be harnessed to drive innovation, skills development, and long-term growth.
By the time they move their goods from here to Aba or Oka, you will have made 3, 10, 20, 30 revenue checkpoints. That cannot be the zone desirous of growth. If we must expand our opportunities, if we must develop the way we project to, we must first of all work to create a common market. In Southeast, a common market that makes investment attractive to foreign investors and private capital.
Secretary of the Southeast Business Summit, Dr. Ife Diokwenna, highlighted the core objectives of the summit, which include attracting investors, accelerating business deals, showcasing regional potentials, and setting measurable timelines for economic targets. He challenged stakeholders and patriots of the region to work collectively towards building a $100 trillion Southeast economy by 2030, a target he described as ambitious but achievable with the right commitment.
We need to, as a matter of fact, reduce strife. But when it's law take place through the private sector and bank service, insecurity will strategically reduce because of new and independent private sector, which what states actually do. That we say meeting of business minds.
Summit Chairman Sam Ohuabonwa took a historic reflection, noting that the Southeast once played a dominant role in Nigeria's economic landscape, especially between 1960 and 1966. He urged the governors of the 5 Southeast states to prioritize regional economic restructuring and deploy their statutory powers to rebuild what he termed the region's lost economic glory.
Others may blame it on Hanese. What is Hanese doing? That's the question here. That's the refrain. What is Hanese? Each time there's a problem, what's Hanese doing? If the Southeast is not moving forward, they blame on Hanese. And sometimes they blame our traditional institutions. And some others say it is the fault of the business class. People are not investing at home. You are going to invest somewhere. In my view, ladies and gentlemen, all these complaints are correct. And in fact, there is enough blame to go around to every one of us. Why are we where we are? Why are we punching below our weight?
Other speakers stressed the urgent need to confront insecurity, rebuild investors' confidence, strengthening infrastructure, and restore trust, all key ingredients required to attract sustainable investments into the region.
How do we reverse this? We have to adopt what we call export-led growth strategy. Please understand that Nigeria doesn't have we don't have industrial policy in Nigeria. You don't know that. We don't have industrial policy in Nigeria. We should have industrial policy for Southeast. We don't have trade policy. We don't have trade policy in Nigeria. We don't, as of now, we don't have trade policy.
It's an opportunity for the Igbo community to join hands with us. We are designed through the governance system, through a well-balanced economy, through a very, very stable currency, and GDP per capita which is very consistent.
The South is endowed with a lot of resources. The Southeast is endowed with a lot of business and industrial capabilities. It is therefore not surprising that a coming together of these two regions, not exclusively, and moving together, advancing the economies of these two regions to the benefit of the entire nation, is something that we look forward to.
The Southeast Business Investment Summit 2025 is expected to produce a comprehensive roadmap for reviving the region's economy. Stakeholders say the journey towards remaking the Southeast may be long, but with unified leadership, secured environments, and renewed investors' confidence, the region can once again take its rightful place as a major economic force in Nigeria and beyond. In ENUGU, Chinemere Mikebuna, Signature TV News.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities observing every
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken the bill by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
You don't tire for this picture. Oh yeah, make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they wait you. Sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey, whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal they reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get Ogbonge free to air decoder, you don't win. This one, not our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700-388-7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by MBC.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language. All with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken it through by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The three-day summit, now in its second edition, was convened under the theme Remaking the Southeast as an Economic Powerhouse. Designed as an engine room for strategic economic revival, the gathering brought together Igbo elders, traditional rulers, state governors, diplomats, business leaders, and foreign investors, all committed to charting a new economic direction for the region. Deputy Governor of ENUGU State, Ifeanyi Osai, who stood in for Governor Peter Mba as the special guest of honor, commended the organizers for sustaining what he described as a critical intervention platform. He noted that new market opportunities are emerging for Igbo entrepreneurs across African markets and stressed that strong leadership collaboration and regional alignment are essential for success. Osai also emphasized the role of academic institutions, describing them as the knowledge factories that must be harnessed to drive innovation, skills development, and long-term growth.
By the time they move their goods from here to Aba or Oka, you will have met 3, 10, 20, 30 revenue checkpoints. That cannot be the zone desirous of growth. If we must expand our opportunities, if we must develop the way we project to, we must first of all work to create a common market. In Southeast, a common market that makes investment attractive to foreign investors and private capital.
Secretary of the Southeast Business Summit, Dr. Ife Diokwenna, highlighted the core objectives of the summit, which include attracting investors, accelerating business deals, showcasing regional potentials, and setting measurable timelines for economic targets. He challenged stakeholders and patrons of the region to work collectively towards building a $100 trillion Southeast economy by 2030, a target he described as ambitious but achievable with the right commitment.
We need to, as a matter of fact, reduce crime. So when it's tough, it takes place through the private sector and bank services. Insecurity will structurally reduce because of new and independent private sector, which what state is actually. that we say at the meeting of business minds.
Summit Chairman Sam Ohuabonwa took a historic reflection, noting that the Southeast once played a dominant role in Nigeria's economic landscape, especially between 1960 and 1966. He urged the governors of the 5 Southeast states to prioritize regional economic restructuring and deploy their statutory powers to rebuild what he termed the region's lost economic glory.
Others may blame it on Hanese. What is Hanese doing? That's the question here. That's the refrain. What is Hanese? Each time there's a problem, what's Hanese doing? If the Southeast is not moving forward, they blame on Hanese. And sometimes they blame our traditional institutions. And some others say it is the fault of the business class. People are not investing at home. You are going to invest somewhere. In my view, ladies and gentlemen, all these claims are correct. And in fact, there is enough blame to go around to every one of us. Why are we where we are? Why are we punching below our weight?
Other speakers stressed the urgent need to confront insecurity, rebuild investors' confidence, strengthening infrastructure, and restore trust, all key ingredients required to attract sustainable investments into the region.
How do we reverse this? We have to adopt what we call export-led growth strategy. Please understand that Nigeria doesn't have we don't have industrial policy in Nigeria. You don't know that. We don't have industrial policy in Nigeria. We should have industrial policy for Southwest. We don't have trade policy. We don't have trade policy in Nigeria. We don't, as of now, we don't have trade policy.
It's an opportunity for the ENUGU community to join hands with us. We are designed through the governance system, through a well-balanced economy, through a very, very stable currency, and GDP per capita, which is very consistent.
The South is endowed with a lot of resources. The Southeast is endowed with a lot of business and industrial capabilities. It is therefore not surprising that a coming together of these two regions, not exclusively, and moving together, advancing the economies of these two regions to the benefit of the entire nation, is something that we look forward to.
The Southeast Business Investment Summit 2025 is expected to produce a comprehensive roadmap for reviving the region's economy. Stakeholders say the journey towards remaking the Southeast may be long, but with unified leadership, secured environments, and renewed investors' confidence, the region can once again take its rightful place as a major economic force in Nigeria and beyond. In ENUGU, Chinemere Mikebuna, Signature TV News.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Women go through diverse health challenges ranging from reproductive and fertility issues to mental health challenges. Well, today we are discussing health issues women face and how to manage them. You're welcome. This is Inside Health, a health show where we discuss topical health issues and bring you solutions and information that will help you take charge of your health and well-being. I am your host, Chigichi Agorom, and I invite you to go on over to our social media platforms on TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, as Signature TV Official. We want to hear from you, and you can also access our previous episodes. Well, we're going on a short break, and when we get back, I will introduce the expert guests in the studio. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Well, if you're just joining us, this is still Inside Health on Signature TV. I beg your pardon. And we're discussing women, health issues that women have and how to address or manage them. Our guest in the studio is a registered nurse and midwife. Her name is Obianuju Elizabeth Okonkwo. Good morning, Obianuju Elizabeth. Thank you for joining us on the show.
Thank
Absolutely.
you.
And I must say, you look stunning.
Oh,
the color brings out every beautiful aspect of you. So you're welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
Right. So we're discussing women's health, and rightly so, because last week was International Women's Day. So I think it's still apt and in line. So we're going to be talking about some of the major ailments that women will have to, go through at some point in their lives. So I want you to just take us through more like an overview of some of the ailments that once you mention, they'll say, it's the disease of the women. For example, cervical cancer. But I want you to just take us through some of those, sicknesses and health challenges that, women normally go through before we dive deep into the conversation.
Okay. Women go through a lot of health challenges, some unnoticed, while some are noticed. Some, they suffer through these challenges quietly because of societal influence and societal stigma. And like cervical cancer is one type of cancer that no woman should die from. But a lot of women are dying silently because it affects an area that, in quotes, we don't want to go there. And that woman keep dying in silence. So cervical cancer is one type of it. Then we also have breast cancer. Breast cancer is there ravaging a lot of women. It's the highest cancer death. Breast cancer
really?
Is the highest form of cancer death for women. Second is cervical cancer.
Wow.
And a lot of women are dying from it, of which, if every woman learns how to do self-breast examination, early detection when it comes to cancer saves a lot of life because most women present at the third stage when things have already gone sour. And that causes a lot of death. Then another health challenges that women face is postpartum depression. Postpartum depression,
we don't even talk about
that is silent killer.
Honestly, is it because of the stigma that is attached to, mental health? When a woman, I remember I had this conversation. Sorry, I'll still go ahead with you. I had this conversation, and the lady was telling us so many things. And I told her, do you know it was depression you had? But she was like, her, people around her they were like, it's the baby you had. Why are you acting up? Why are you behaving like this? But she, I beg your pardon, went through postpartum depression. So the question is, why are we not talking enough about it?
Because of the societal stigma. You know, mental health is seen as caused by evil. Some people believe it runs in the family. So they tend to attach a lot of stigma. And most people don't want to. You find out that some that have a confirmed mental case, they hide them. They keep them indoors. They don't want to socialize. They don't even want their next door neighbor to even know about it. Just what will they say? I don't want them to say that I have someone that has. But no. They said problem shared is half solved. Keeping that person indoor, not verbalizing, won't solve any problem.
Okay.
Speaking up
Okay.
can solve a lot of your problem.
Okay.
And it borders on that stigma, societal stigma,
Right.
which I think with increased awareness should stop.
All right. So we mentioned cervical cancer, breast cancer, postpartum depression. What other ailments do women usually go through?
Polycystic ovarian syndrome.
What's that?
Polycystic ovarian syndrome, just like the name, poly, many. Cystic, cyst. A cyst is a fluid-filled sac in the ovary. The ovary is is responsible for egg ovulation in women and conception. Then syndrome means that it has a lot of symptoms. So this many fluid-filled sac in the ovary of a woman exposes her to have different symptoms. And because the ovary is responsible for the women hormone, which is progesterone and estrogen, there is a high level of androgen, which is the male hormone, instead of progesterone and estrogen in the system of that woman. And you can guess what will happen. A woman, good. A woman that has high level of androgen would not ovulate.
Wow.
They have irregular periods. Some have amenorrhea, that's no menses, no period, for a period of 6 months, 3 months, because the body interprets it as, I'm not sure if it's a male, yes, or a female, you know. So they tend to have long period of amenorrhea, no ovulation, and of course, infertility.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow. What other ailments are there to look out for?
Menopause, though not an ailment, but is a natural biological process that marks the end of menstrual cycle or reproductive life. If it's not an ailment, but
well, people complain that hot flushes, they don't understand their bodies, this, that. So it's something that we should, talk more about and at least prepare.
Yes, I usually tell people at the age of 40. Start preparing your mind. It's a natural thing. And when it comes to menopause, you can't connect the dots forward. It's usually backwards. I can't say at the age of 45, I will enter menopause. There is no specific age. We can be two siblings, the same mother, the same father. We enter menopause at different ages. Yes. And not until you are there. When you record a period of 1 to 2 years of no menstrual drop, then you can now say, oh, I've entered menopause. So you can't say, as at yesterday, that next month or next year I will enter. No. It's until you are there. For a period of 12 months to 1 year, no menstrual drop, then say, oh, I've entered. But prior to that, we have what we call perimenopause or premenopause, yes, which comes with some symptoms that women feel, and a lot of women go to different places. In fact, I had a client who said that she has been to 3 different hospitals, treating nothing in particular.
Of course, there's not going to be a diagnosis.
You understand?
Is wrong with them.
She said at a point, she said they kept poison for her. But when she came, and because I've taken history and I noticed her age, then I gave a counseling on menopausal symptoms. As I was speaking, this woman was, oh yes, how did you know? How did you know? It happens to me. She was like, this is the reason I've been moving from one hospital to the other. This is exactly, she was experiencing hot flush. And this hot flush affects women differently. In some people, it goes unnoticed. While some people, it's quite severe.
Interesting. All right, so we'll get deep into this conversation right after our special report. So I want you to pay rapt attention to our special report coming up on most of the illnesses that women go through, and of course we'll discuss how to address them after we come back. So stay tuned.
Women's health is multifaceted and complex. Across the globe, women face a range of health issues, many of which are unique to their gender. From reproductive health to mental well-being, these challenges can significantly impact their quality of life. But the good news is, with awareness and proactive care, many of these issues can be managed and even prevented. We will take a closer look at some of the most common health issues affecting women, and more importantly, how women can address them for better health and well-being. Let's begin with one of the most important aspects of women's health, reproductive health. From puberty to menopause, women experience significant hormonal changes that affect their bodies in different ways. Menstruation, pregnancy, and menopause all bring their own set of challenges. For many women, heavy periods, painful cramps, and irregular cycles are part of their lives. These conditions can be symptoms of underlying issues like endometriosis, polycystic ovary syndrome, or fibroids. While these conditions are common, they often go untreated or are simply accepted as normal. Addressing these issues begins with awareness. Regular gynecological exams, open conversations with healthcare providers, and tracking menstrual cycles can help identify when something is wrong. Early detection and treatment can make a significant difference in managing symptoms and maintaining a good quality of life. As women enter premenopause and eventually reach menopause, they face new challenges, often associated with fluctuating hormones. Symptoms such as hot flashes, mood swings, insomnia, and vaginal dryness are just some of the common effects that can be uncomfortable and disruptive. While menopause is a natural phase of life, women can manage these symptoms in a variety of ways. For some, hormone replacement therapy may be helpful, but for others, lifestyle changes such as regular exercise, a balanced diet, stress reduction techniques, and staying hydrated can bring relief. It is crucial for women to consult their healthcare provider to determine the best approach for managing menopause and to ensure that they are not suffering in silence. Mental health is another significant area of concern for women. Anxiety, depression, and stress affect women at higher rates more than men. Life's many pressures, work, family, societal expectations can take a toll on a woman's mental health. Many women also face eating disorders and struggles with body image, often exacerbated by unrealistic beauty standards portrayed in media. Unfortunately, women tend to carry a large emotional burden, sometimes feeling that they must juggle all of life's demands without asking for help. The first step in addressing mental health issues is to break the silence. Seeking professional help, whether through therapy, medication, or support groups, is essential for healing. Women must understand that asking for help is a sign of strength, not weakness. In addition to professional treatment, self-care practices like mindfulness, exercise, healthy eating, and maintaining strong social connections are also crucial for supporting mental well-being. Another common but often overlooked issue for women is osteoporosis, a condition that causes bones to become brittle and weak. Women are at a much higher risk of developing osteoporosis, particularly after menopause, when the body's estrogen levels decline. This can lead to fractures, especially in the hip, spine, and wrist. The good news is that osteoporosis can often be prevented or managed with proper nutrition, including calcium and vitamin D, along with weight-bearing exercises. Regular bone density tests can help detect early signs of osteoporosis, so that women can take proactive steps to maintain their bone health. Autoimmune diseases are another significant health concern for women. Conditions like lupus, rheumatoid arthritis, and multiple sclerosis affect women more frequently than men, and they often require complex treatment regimens. The symptoms can be vague and vary greatly from person to person, making diagnosis difficult. For women living with autoimmune diseases, it is crucial to find a healthcare provider who understands the complexities of these conditions. Early diagnoses and personalized treatment plans, often involving a combination of medication, lifestyle changes, and support, can help manage symptoms and prevent flare-ups. In the face of all these health challenges, one thing is clear: women's health is a lifelong journey. It requires constant attention, awareness, and proactive care. Whether it is reproductive health, mental health, heart disease, or autoimmune conditions, women can lead healthier lives by staying informed and seeking the right support. The key to addressing these health issues is recognizing the importance of regular checkups, healthy habits, and most importantly, knowing that it is okay to ask for help. Women deserve to live not only longer lives, but healthier lives, one where their health is a priority. Thank you for joining us today. We hope this special report has empowered you to take charge of your health and embrace a proactive approach to your well-being. Stay strong, stay healthy.
Many thanks for still staying with us. We are still discussing health issues women face and how to address them. And Nurse Uju Lizzie Okonkwo is still in the studio. I hope I can call you Lizzie.
Yes, of course.
Okay, so let's take this discussion in a particular sequence. We're going to discuss maternal health. We're going to discuss reproductive health, then mental health, and probably the cancers and any other issue, menopause, that you want to talk about. So let's start with infertility, reproductive health. I know you've mentioned the polycystic ovarian syndrome. You've also mentioned there was something else you mentioned, I've forgotten, but there's also the issue of fibroids. Yeah. There's also the issue of infertility. Now, what are the predisposing factors? What are the things that can make someone more prone to some of these, issues more than the other person? Taking, for example, fibroid, because that's the more, well-known, health challenge that women go through. Yeah. What are some of the predisposing factors for fibroid?
Okay, fibroid is an abnormal growth in the uterus, and we call it myoma. Mm-hmm. Okay, and the uterus was created to harbor something. So at a certain age, is expected the reproductive hormones is active, and the uterus is expected to carry something. So if at a certain age it has waited so long and nothing, it starts to make up something to carry.
Really?
Yes, it wants to carry something. So if not a child, let me develop a skin and carry something. That is, in layman's language, this fibroid.
Really?
Yes, when the uterus waits for a long time, for example, you usually find it in women of older ages.
But then there are still some women who they are still giving birth, they are actively giving birth, yet there's still fibroid issues.
Yeah, it was there before the conception.
Okay.
Fibroid varies. We have different sites. We have subserosal, we have intramural, depending on the site. Intramural affects the inner, the myometrium.
Can you break it down?
Okay, the uterus have different layers.
Okay.
So the third layer is what we call the myometrium. Okay. And that myometrium is where the fetus is embedded.
Okay.
So fibroid in the intramural is embedded in the place the baby is supposed to. So that site usually affects infertility. It affects conception.
That's
the type of fibroid that affects conception. If at the subserosal, the serosal level layer, most times is the second layer of the uterus.
Okay.
Okay. If the fibroid is there, remember the myometrium, the inner layer is empty. So the baby can cohabit with the fibroid.
Really?
Yes. But in most cases of intramural, the inner layer, fertility becomes a problem because it alters the cycle, the menstrual cycle. Remember, everything about conception borders down to ovulation. If you must ovulate to conceive. So it alters the menstrual cycle that the eggs are not matured for you to ovulate, and leading to infertility. So one major factor is elderly primates, we call them, when you, in older age women who have not conceived for the first time, the woman have waited for like 40 years, no child. So age is a major factor. Then hereditary, genetic research has shown that it's genetic. Then we also have obesity, increase in weight, yes, has been found to contribute in the sense that fat deposits in the vessels, and it also causes immature ovaries. And when it's immature, you can't ovulate. So these joined together affects infertility. And
so you have mentioned weight, genetics and age as predisposing factors. Now tell us, what are some of the symptoms that could point to a lady, having this? Because some people might actually carry and not know that they are carrying these things. For example, fibroid.
Yeah.
Well, except for polycystic ovarian syndrome, that I read that it's quite painful, but some actually are.
Some are mild.
Yeah, mild, that you may not even know. So
notice.
what are some of the telltale signs that a lady will look at and say, oh, I should probably go and see a doctor or get, some kind of health advice?
Okay. Most uterine myomas, uterine fibroids.
Please, can you use, can you speak English?
All right. Most uterine fibroids are characterized by history of no menses or irregular menses. You start noticing, in some people, they notice scanty menses. Maybe your menses is supposed to flow for 4 days, and on the first day it came out, and that's all. Just one day. And some people, just a drop, not even full, just scanty for 2 days, and that's all. It should be a cause for concern for any woman of reproductive age that your menses is not flowing complete. Some people, they have a flow day of 3, they have 4, some have 5, but when you notice that it's scanty or different from normal, in some people it comes out heavy flow. Yes, you're on a normal, you notice that your menses flows for 4 days with using 2 parts a day. Then all of a sudden you notice in a day you are using 5 parts. You can't even see it, it's pouring as if heavy flow. Is a cause for concern. Fibroids has such. Then in some people, they have pain prior to their menstrual cycle. Different from menstrual pain, yes. Menstrual pain, it starts at the site. Then in some people, they notice abdominal increase in abdominal size. Based on the size, not everybody, there are some that their stomach is as flat as, but it's there, depending on the size.
All right, so someone is listening to you and the person is like, oh, I do experience at least 1 or 2 of these symptoms. Oh, or I know someone, oh, my sister is experiencing. What will be your advice to them? What is it that they should do immediately?
Okay, if you are a lady of reproductive age and you've recorded a history of no menses, I usually say every woman is a mathematician. Once you are a woman, keep your calendar, get your records, record your cycle. So that, because you find out some people, you ask some ladies, when was the last time you saw a menses? They say, oh, I can't even remember. No, you should, even if it's your phone, your calendar. I remember growing up, we used calendar and red pen. Once you see our menses, we go and tick that date.
Yes.
So it helps you to, yes, it helps you to connect the dots. If you stay 40 days, you've not seen your menses, it's a cause for concern. Not to talk of 2 months. So missing a period is an issue. Then if you notice any difference from your flow, your usual flow, it's a cause for concern. Don't just wait and say, after I'm not married. No, it's not when you are in the stream you start looking for cake. Yes. No, you should, when you track your cycle, it helps you to know what is normal, for you to be able to dictate what is abnormal.
Sure.
You can't dictate abnormality when you don't even know, what is your cycle. I usually ask some young girls, what is your cycle? Some just assume because they said everyone is 28. But I said everybody is not 28.
True.
Some people are 26, some are 27, some are 30, some are 31. So what is your own? And you won't know that unless you keep your dates, your
Very
records.
quickly, can you please track the calendar for us for menstrual flow? Because menstrual cycle is not just when the menses, when the blood is coming out.
Yeah.
Like it's like a
It's
month.
a cycle.
It's a cycle.
Yes.
Can you trace the calendar? Okay, the first 14 days, this is what you expect. Then this is when the blood flows, and then this is when ovulation happens. Can you just track that quickly before we get on to the next stuff?
Okay, like I said earlier, every woman has their cycle. So I'm going to give an example using 28 days cycle. If your cycle is 28 days, the first day of your menses is your day 1.
Good.
So depending on how many days it flows, some people their own flows for 4 days, some 3 days, some 5 days, depending. When it stops is the last day it flows. Then for a 28-day person, your ovulation is on the 14th day.
From that first
From
day
that
that you
first
saw
day
your
that you saw your
blood.
menstrual blood.
Okay.
But 10 days after, before then, you are relatively fertile.
Ovulation.
Relatively.
Okay.
Relatively. Because at that point, you find some women, they start noticing the
The
slimy
thingy.
discharge, which is not ovulation.
Oh.
Yes, it's not ovulation.
You know that there's this sticky whitish discharge, and then there's a slimy water-like discharge.
Water-like. The water-like comes before the thick one.
Okay.
So from the 10th day of your cycle, starting from the first day of blood, is those, you start from 10th day, 11th day, you start noticing those slimy egg whites. Yes. Then on the 14th day for a 28-day cycle, you see that. It could be not necessarily 14th day morning. It could be afternoon. It could be even in the night.
On differences.
Yes.
Differences.
So that is ovulation. Some people have ovulation pain, maybe depending on the site that is being released, maybe left or right, but not everybody feels that. So you shouldn't wait for the pain. That's slimy, thick mucus is the ovulation. And remember, some people can ovulate without egg.
Really?
Yes, we call it anovulation.
How would someone know that this ovulation is not carrying any seed?
Yes, because when you notice that's thick mucus.
Yes.
It has different consistencies.
Okay.
Yes. There's one that looks like kata.
Yes.
That you can drag.
Yes, the thick one.
Yes. It helps you to know that it has egg. Because sometimes I see my mucus, but it's without egg. Egg was not released.
Just the way that there are some men that could produce semen and there's no egg inside.
Exactly.
There's no sperm
inside. You can ovulate without egg.
And that's primary infertility.
Of course.
That takes us to infertility.
Of course. Infertility is a comprehensive one.
Let's try.
It's a comprehensive one.
Let's talk maternal health and infertility. What are the primary causes of infertility?
You know, in our society, infertility has been seen like a woman issue. But I can tell you it is not. It's no respect of gender. Men, women, we have different causes. And in fact, the current research, 33% causes are from men, 33 from women.
Wow,
so
50-50.
Yes. I had a friend, one of my friends that works in an IVF center, she told me, Lizzie, the rate of infertility in men is alarming.
Really?
It's alarming. You know, initially we thought it's the women. No. Now it's 33%.
Okay, but let's focus on the causes for women.
For women.
Well, this is a cause for alarm.
Yes, it is. It is. We have the primary causes, primary type of infertility. We have the secondary type. Then we have the unexplained type, because there are some people. The primary type is those that have never been pregnant since they are a woman, a lady. They've never missed a period. That's primary infertility. Then the secondary infertility, you've noticed some people that have had one child, and after which is not forthcoming. That's secondary. Then unexplained. You find some women, they menstruate, they ovulate, they are fine, and Yes, pregnancy is not.
Some people will say that, I don't know if it's conventional medicine, but some people will tell you, and you will hear, especially the tradomedical, that you have acidic tube for the woman. Is it a fact? Or so that when the sperm comes in, the acidity will just kill
it. We have our body pH, but that's not the acidic nature. Was there any investigation to back it up? You understand? Yes, our vagina has the pH, but
the cervix, does the cervix have the same pH as the vagina?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, and the unless you have an investigation that could tell that this cervical mucus is acidic, then you can give that diagnosis. Okay. So for the causes of infertility in women, we have tubal causes. You know the fallopian tube, when the ovaries are fertilized by the sperm, the fertilized egg have to swim.
Yeah, we should put up the diagram so that the viewer can understand what we're talking about.
This egg have to swim through the tubes to the uterus. So if the tubes are blocked, it can't flow. There is a blockade there. So it can't get to the uterus.
So what happens to the egg if it can't get to the uterus? It disintegrates?
It disintegrates. It calcifies. Yes.
Can it cause cysts?
No.
Okay.
No. We are coming to cysts.
Okay.
So those are the tubal blockage. Can be a factor, a cause of infertility. Then we also have uterine factors. The uterine factors like fibroid that we just mentioned. We have endometriosis. We have polycystic ovarian syndrome. Then we have uterine synechia, we call it. When the uterus is a congenital abnormality, you find some women that their uterus are kind of closed.
Rather
than open to harbor. Though in some women is as a result of maybe they've had any surgical intervention that tampered with the uterus, then it healed up and scarred up. Okay. Then we also have I've mentioned the tubal factors of infertility, then the hormonal factors. We have hormonal factors when women are hormone regulated. We have progesterone and estrogen. So and these hormones, that's why we call it menstrual cycle, and it's a phase. While in school, we plot it as a graph. These hormones are undulating. They don't go together. The menstrual phase is known as the progesterone phase. The progesterone is at its peak. Then when it drops, the estrogen takes up for ovulation.
So it's a continuous feedback.
Yes. So when, due to some factors, the progesterone remains at that level, what happens? Estrogen, which is responsible for ovulation, can't function, and that woman can't get pregnant. So that's a factor, hormone imbalance. Then we go to ovarian factors, the ovary, when there's immature ovary, because it's a matured one that will be fertilized due to some factors also that can also be hormonal. Then the ovaries are not matured to be released, to rupture for ovulation, and that can also cause infertility.
IVF and surrogacy. Do you think every woman that wants to have a child should have a child?
Of course. That is a prayer answered, because it has done 50%, if not more. That's almost every woman, because with IVF we have different types. If, for example, a woman is having the ovarian problem as a cause of her infertility, we have egg donors.
Really?
Yes.
Well, how affordable is this?
Yes, it's just another issue, because it will interest you that a lot of young girls are now using it for business. To make money. You go, they harvest your egg. They pay them mega money, but when you come to access the eggs, the price is high, but is available. It's available.
Okay.
So then also surrogacy has also helped for people like that has a uterine synecdoche that I mentioned is an option.
So surrogacy involves taking the woman and the man's cells?
No. If the woman doesn't have egg problem, the ovaries are okay and healthy, then the man's sperm is okay, then they can use the couple and fertilize in the lab. Then surrogacy is getting an external person.
Okay, so you're saying, let's take it down so that people can understand. Now, this woman has issues with her uterus. The husband is fine, she's fine in terms of egg production. Are they going to have sex, or they harvest the woman's egg and harvest the man's sperm?
Exactly.
Fertilize it outside of the body or inside the body of the surrogate mother?
It's outside.
Really?
Then implants.
What percentage of success has this recorded?
Most cases above 70%. Depending on many factors. The viability of the eggs.
Okay, we might not have time to go into it. I have to call you back so that, because my brain is going like this.
Yeah.
You know, my antenna is going, so I have to invite you back. All right, so let's skip infertility, because infertility is one issue that we might not be able to exhaust even in a day. Okay, so let's talk about cancer. You mentioned earlier breast cancer being number 1. Cervical cancer number 2. What are okay, and also, I think you also mentioned that some like women do not know how to test themselves.
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Okay, for breast cancer, like we know, the cause is unknown, but we have some risk factors, and research have shown that no breast cancer is acute, is emergency. It does not start overnight. Before a woman is diagnosed of breast cancer, that cancer cells have been in her for nothing less than 5 years.
Wow.
Yes. So that is why we create awareness. Every woman of reproductive age should know how to do self-breast examination.
Can you just tell me?
Because breast cancer, research has shown that most cancer cells starts from what we know as lump, breast lump. And this lump, 3 factors we should look out for to identify a breast lump. It is hard, like a peanut, not very big, and it is painless. Hard, painless, and mobile.
Oh, mobile. So
mobile. It's
at
not,
one point.
yeah, like it's not fixed. It's not attached to your skin. It moves.
Within the
It moves around. At the time when you find it, you try to, because of the adipose tissue is embedded in, you try to get it. So it's mobile, it moves around. It is painless, it is hard. And how do we do this self-breast examination? When you lie on your bed, a flat surface, it can be on the floor, removing your dress, you place your hand on your head, one hand, then you use the pad of your hand, this place, starting from your armpit, because this lump sometimes can lodge under the armpits, yes. So you start from your armpit, using the pad of your hand, and you press in a circular form, pressing your breast down to your chest, and you move. You continue moving. You are moving without raising your hand. You are looking out for that hard knot. It's like a knot, hard, palm kernel knot. So when you move, you keep moving and keep coming closer until you get to your nipple and press down. When you are done, you press your nipple. Your self-breast examination is not complete without pressing your nipple.
Why?
Because we found out that a lot of women go about with breast milk coming out from their nipple.
And they're not
blood,
pregnant?
Pus.
What?
Some don't know. So your breast examination is not complete until you press your nipple. If you are not pregnant, you are not lactating, nothing should come from your breast. Not even milk, not even pus or blood. So that's the essence of checking, because continuous presence of fluid, milk or blood in the breast is and become cancerous.
So even though you may not have found any lump, if you find any kind of exudation or discharge,
please go to the hospital.
Wow.
Yes.
Let's go to cervical cancer.
Yes. Cervical cancer is one type of cancer I usually say no woman should die from. But a lot is the second highest cancer deaths in women. Why do you think
no woman should die from it?
Because unlike every other type of cancer, like I said, breast cancer, we don't know the cause. cervical cancer, we know the cause. Cervical cancer is caused by human papilloma virus. And this virus is sexually transmitted. Men can contact it, women can contact it. But it doesn't affect men. Why? Because this virus has affinity for the cervix. Men does not have cervix. So a man can have it and live very healthy all the days of his life and die healthy without any problem. But that doesn't mean he can't share it to the woman. You understand?
Wow.
So that is why I said no woman should die from it. But women are dying. Why? Just for one singular fact that we don't want to get screened.
Is it invasive? I mean, the screening?
Not really, because, you know, when we talk about cervical, the cervix, the neck of the womb is hidden. And it's in a part that you are shy to talk about the cervix. And there's no blood test to do to check for cervical cancer.
No serological
No.
test.
It's localized. You have to go to the cervix. And most people don't want you to go there. No, please.
Is it painful?
It's not painful. Just that's, I don't know
Just
if I should.
discomfort.
That discomfort. And that they feel you are intruding in their privacy. But I usually say, cervical cancer stage 1 and stage 2 does not have any symptoms.
So unlike breast cancer, there's no way you can even identify it
Without
early.
being tested, you can't identify. In fact, you will have your children with stage 1 cervical cancer. Your husband, you will enjoy a sexual life very well without, by the time you start experiencing some symptoms, it's rather late. It's rather late. And another thing, cervical cancer is preventable. That's why I said no woman should die from it. It's preventable. We have the human papilloma virus vaccine, which the government introduced that should be given to our young girls 9 to 14 because the virus is sexually transmitted. We believe at this age they are not sexually active. So let's prevent before they are sexually active. Then, stage 1 and stage 2 can be treated 100%.
With what?
Using cryotherapy.
What's cryotherapy?
Cryotherapy is the latest technology for the freezing of that site. By freezing, treatment by freezing. Initially, we used to use ablative by burning, but over time, because it's highly invasive and the pain, with research technology, now it's by freezing, which relatively not painful.
So chemotherapy is?
Chemotherapy is there, but for cervical, at stage 1 and stage 2, cryotherapy does wonderfully well.
Okay, since the symptoms are not so obvious, what are some of the preventive measures? You know, you said it's preventable.
Yes.
Take us through before we get to the next
Okay,
topic.
for cervical cancer, like I said, is sexually transmitted. So, healthy sexual life. Healthy sexual life is ensured. Be faithful to your partner.
Good.
Safe sex practices. Because we have different strains and multiple sexual partners, you are exposing yourself. That will further reduce the immune system and all that. So safe sex, then vaccination is also an option.
But you know how it is with us and vaccination, vaccine hesitancy. How you guys are, you know, managing this challenge? Because I remember when the last vaccine rollouts for cervical cancer, many women.
A lot of, yes,
rumors
everywhere.
The rumors and the controversies.
Rumors everywhere. But with constant education and awareness, you know, should be able to come through, because I think he's ignorant. Yes, and with health education and awareness, our mothers are responding and they are coming, bringing their young girls for this vaccination.
All right, so let's go to menopause and menstrual health. Although you have talked extensively on menstrual health, women are not prepared enough for menopause. And when it hits, they don't even know what hits them. What is your advice?
Please, once you are a woman, please be prepared. Menopause is sure. It's a natural phenomenon. It must come. Just that we don't know when. Just like the coming of Christ. We don't know when.
It's going to come like a thief.
It's going to come. It's going to come.
Okay.
And it comes with some symptoms. Like I usually say, just to make my clients laugh, I say on a lighter note, I said, most times he's angry that he's leaving. I'm not. You're just trying to pick all the reproductive hormones and
Wait,
just be shaking
it's
everywhere.
so ironical because with all the issues that come with menses, the blood, the discomfort, the dysmenorrhea, things like that, the pain, you'll be happy that he's living, shouldn't you? Shouldn't you be happy that he's living? But I don't know why we are not happy he's living.
He's living,
right?
You know, it comes with some discomfort. In some women, it goes unnoticed, while in some women, it's quite severe. But because it's a natural phenomenon, there's little or nothing you can do. You just manage symptomatically. For example, the hot flush, which makes you feel that heat rush. Just everywhere is a bit calm, cool, and all of a sudden, you are just soaked. That is what we call hot flush. Because some just hear hot flush, hot flush, hot flush. While in some people, they start feeling burning sensations in their hands, their palm, then their foot, which some will misinterpret and say is they kept poison. Achere, you know. So, but this hot flush we are talking about is a menopausal symptom. So for the hot flush, all you do is to get hanky, not just hanky, towel. Then you use cotton clothes, not nylon. Cut down on dark clothes. You know, dark conducts heat, so it absorbs heat. So just cut down, wear lighter clothes. Try to bathe, get yourself comfortable. Then that's for hot flush. Some women, they experience vaginal dryness because the reproductive hormones that lubricates those areas have gone.
Hold that thought.
Okay.
How do women continue to enjoy sex after menopause? Because you just mentioned that part dries out.
Yes.
And once that part dries out, I'm wondering what's going to, you know, how are women expected to still, you know, stay sexually active, given the fact that the husbands are still active?
Very active, yes.
What's your advice?
Menopause should not be the reason why you shouldn't enjoy your sexual life.
Really?
Yes. With that dryness, I usually say that sexual relationship is more psychological. So if really you're still with your husband and that love is still there, you should be able to put your place in yourself in that point that I will enjoy this. Then for those that in some people is usually very severe, the dryness, we encourage them to use lubricants. We have water-based lubricants. The water-based we recommend for menopausal. It doesn't have any side effects. It's used everywhere in the pharmacy. You ask for water-based, which helps to get that place a bit, and you enjoy your sexual life.
Now, you have also alluded to the fact that it's because of, you know, hormonal issues. That's why that place dries up. What if there's a treatment? Is there a treatment? That's my question, actually. Is there a treatment where someone goes on supplements and hormonal therapy that helps that place to, you know, keep producing, you know, wetness for sex?
Yes. Not generally, we recommend for menopausal women to go for some supplements. Then we have hormone therapy, which is most women frown at it.
Why?
Maybe because of the cost.
Okay.
And it's not really common. So that's why most times we say, okay, you can use lubricants. You can use lubricants. Menopause should not be the reason why you shouldn't enjoy a sexual relationship. So supplements are there.
What sort of supplements?
Not only because of the hormonal, the wetness of the area. Also, you know, menopause have other effects on other parts like the bones. So
we're going to get there.
Calcium is there, your vitamin D is there, and these will help.
All right, so we are running out of time, and I'm looking at you. I want to grab you and take you home so that I can ask you more questions. But let's talk about osteoporosis and arthritis.
Okay.
Given the years of losing blood every month, it's obvious. I mean, it's needless to say, women lose a lot of macronutrients and micronutrients.
Yes.
Probably leading to, once a woman enters a particular age or stage, you see her complaining of spondylosis, arthritis, osteoporosis, and things like that. How can women prepare themselves ahead? Probably you mentioned 40, 45. Is it to take supplements or exercise? What are the things that they can do in preparation? There must be a way that you can prepare your body so that once menopause hits, you don't have to just, you know, disintegrate.
Yes. diet is very important. What you eat. They say you are what you eat.
You are what you
yes. With that consciousness that menopause I'm approaching, you should increase diets that are rich in calcium because it helps in bone density. Then also vitamin D is also there. Then physical activities, not rigorous, but range of motion activity. Then weights. You know, osteoporosis, osteoarthritis is the bones that carries the flesh. So when the flesh is heavier, the bone will bend one side, you understand. So make it fit, proportionate to carry, that it won't be a burden to carry. So once you encourage and maintain physical activity and watch your weight, then your diet, it will help you in preparation. And with your supplements,
What kind of supplements?
Most times, these supplements.
I think I'm bombarding you with a lot of questions at the
but
same time.
It's
so
fine.
I apologize.
No,
but we need to get it out of you.
Yes. I'm very skeptical of prescribing supplements because, you know, most of these supplements are not locally made. And they are made for, we brought the imports and they were made specifically for those people. So I can't really tell what it does because our genetic makeup are different. What it does to those people might be quite different. Yes. So most times I encourage diets. Like this, you see this biscuit bone. Biscuit bone. Sometimes when you get to the market, you see them gather it. They brought it out from cows, all those. It's very good, very rich. Yes, very rich in calcium.
Absolutely.
Yes, so you can then vegetables. You can do with that.
All right, so we're still discussing women, health issues, challenges that they go through and how to address them. We'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll bring you health tips for aging women. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Thank you so much for staying with us up until this moment. Don't forget, we want to hear from you, and we want you to watch our other, previous episodes on Inside Health. So go on over to Facebook, YouTube, TikTok at Signature TV Official. We just concluded our conversation, a very insightful conversation on health issues women face and how to address them. And thank you so much, Uju Lizzie Okonkwo, for coming in to, give us your insights. You are really wonderful.
It's my pleasure.
Absolutely, absolutely. And don't forget, your health is your wealth. Take charge of your well-being, and you'll be glad you did. Still your host, Chigichi Agorom. Bye for now. And here are the tips for women who are aging. See you next time.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language. All with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken it through by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Welcome to The Sage, the program where together we journey to uncover the many hidden treasures in our country. I am Dr. Kechi Obuagu, your privileged sage on this journey. Come walk with me. Come discover with me. In this first episode, and many of the subsequent episodes perhaps to come, we shall be looking at a particular problem of huge importance to our country, Nigeria, and to many other countries across the world. The issue of unemployment, the issue of economic disempowerment. Let me just say that I don't know whether those of you out there are aware of the fact that approximately 80%, that is my rough estimate, of the people in this our country is made up of young people 40 years and below. And our statistics actually say that of this huge population of young people, 40 to 45% of them have no jobs or are underemployed. That's a huge number. That's millions of them. But we also do know that employment has been made so much worse by the pandemic that is currently on all over the world. And therefore, there's an even more urgent need to do something about it. It's not something that government alone can address. We need a multi-sectoral approach where every hand must come on deck, whether it's government or private sector or the NGO sector. In my auspices as the president of Conversations for Change, we are so keenly aware of this. And that is why a prominent part of that program, we're an international nonprofit, is actually helping young people who are keen on being entrepreneurs to become successful entrepreneurs. And so bear with us, because in the next few episodes, you will see many of those amazing young people who have made a success of their business. But again, let me say to many of you, as we said in our pilot episode, that while yes, we will to begin with showcase these homegrown ones, we are open to hearing from many of you out there who feel either you are or that you know other wonderful entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs who can be showcased, whom we can learn from. And so in this episode, oh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited because we have a wonderful discovery for you. A young lady, extremely talented, dynamic, hardworking, creative, innovative. I could go on and on. A young lady that truly has inspired me for the past few months. Stay with me. We shall unveil the package. Welcome back to the Sage. I am Dr. Kechi Obuago, your privileged sage on this journey of adventure. It is with a great deal of pleasure that I introduce Ngozi Roland Onwegwumoke.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Welcome to the show. And before I hand over to you and ask you to tell us a little bit about yourself, let me say something more, one more thing about Ngozi. You see, I never get tired of talking about Ngozi. But not only is Ngozi hardworking and enterprising, I think one of the things that endeared me to Ngozi after I met her is she embodies that concept of social entrepreneurship. Mm-hmm. A heart that is large, a heart that gives from her own successes, that forever is wanting to teach, to mentor, to take others along with her. And she's a living testimony of the fact that when you give, that is when you truly receive.
Yes,
Ngozi, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Please tell us about yourself.
Thank you. I'm Ngozi Roland Onwegwumoke, a graduate of agricultural economics from the Premium University of Ibadan. I also hold a master's degree in business administration. I am the CEO of Safi Event Managers, an event management and catering outfit. I'm also the CEO of Sem Foods and Spices, where we produce natural and healthy spices. I'm also the convener of Business Mind Foundation.
Wow.
A foundation that brings entrepreneurs and intending entrepreneurs together to help create visibility for their business, to also see how we can create partnership and encourage intending entrepreneurs to start up. And it's been a wonderful journey. It's been awesome, and I'm happy to be here today.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for being with us and agreeing to share. Ngozi, tell us a little about your business. What inspired you? How did you venture into this?
Just like a lot of young people, I would say unemployment pushed me into converting my passion, which is cooking, of course, into a business. That was how the event management and catering outfits came into play. But like the catering industry that we know, it's saturated. So I decided to create a niche for myself, which is the MSG-free catering. That is cooking without our conventional seasoning cubes. And of course, I can't cook for the whole world. So I started thinking of how can I make these available to people who I can't reach out to. And that's when I decided to create the natural spices. Of course, I may not be able to cook for you, but I can send my spice to you irrespective of your location. And so I launched Sem Spices. And 2 weeks after, I had a terrible, terrible accident that almost took my life. If I had about 28 stitches in my head. So it was a downtime for me. It almost led me into depression. I was discouraged. And the money I used in starting the business, funny enough, was money that was deposited for a wedding I was supposed to cater for. I had this dream, I had this vision, this plan that, like a lot of Nigerians will say, I will just blow when I start, But it didn't happen. I didn't see it happen. And then the wedding was still coming, irrespective of my accident, of course. I was still going to cater for the wedding. So it was a downtime for me. And along the line, a friend told me about Conversation for Change. Oh, there's an application for a fellowship program, and of course, they could give you grants and all that. I said, Nigeria, they've come again. Which one is fellowship program and grants? So I reluctantly applied. And I was surprised. Like 2 days later, I got a call. We are invited for an interview. I said, are these people real? Interview? How? Because I remember I didn't even upload some of my documents. I was like, okay, let me just go and see for myself what's happening. And I was told that out of over 200 applicants, 60 were shortlisted, and I was among the 60. I was like, okay. I met the panel, I shared my experience, my passion. It's my passion, so when I'm talking about it, it's a passion, So I talked to them and they said, okay, we'll get back to you. And out of the 60, 15 were shortlisted, and I was still part of them. I was like, okay, I can see, And then we started the fellowship program. They took us through a lot of training, and it made me understand business from a different perspective. So I would say Conversation for Change inspired me to take the next step. They taught me not just to build a business to finance my immediate needs, but to build a legacy for my unborn generation. They taught me how to build structure in my business. So it's a major inspiration. And from there, you talked about social entrepreneurship. Honestly, I didn't even think about that or know about that until I came to Conversation for Change. So they taught us what social entrepreneurship was, about giving back. And that was what birthed Business Mind Foundation. Because I thought, I've learned something from this platform. I can teach it to others who don't have the privilege.
Yeah,
of
how
giving
wonderful.
this knowledge.
How truly wonderful.
And today, glory to God, over 1,200 members, and we are growing. So C4C is a major inspiration for my business.
Great. This is, I'm overwhelmed myself. I wasn't quite expecting to hear that.
Okay.
But it is what you are. And for us in C4C, it just brings out all those qualities which we are convinced is what we need for this country, for the world as a whole. That where young people come out, have the courage, follow their dream and their passion, work hard, and then, but also with a spirit of giving, that is the answer to the world's problem. Yeah. So Ngozi, wonderful. Thank you for being on the show and for sharing what drives you and the various brands you're in. Stay with us. When we come back, Ngozi will tell us a little bit more about how she survived the COVID, or perhaps you haven't survived. Stay with us. We'll be back. Thank you, viewers, for continuing to remain with us. As for me, I can never stop enjoying talking to you. So we had a wonderful story, but let me ask you for a little bit more in terms of details. How did your 3 branches grow? What is the structure? And so on. What were the challenges? What did you find as the milestones? And how indeed, so in addition to a little more understanding of your various arms of business and how you have grown, over time, I know you have, but also how have you survived the COVID?
Thank you very much. It's not been an easy journey. Before I joined the C4C fellowship program, I had just 4 spices. And to the glory of God, today we have over 20. We have new
Wow.
products as well.
Wow.
We have our teas, we have our granulas, then we have our date powder.
Okay.
So it's been an amazing journey, not easy, but like I said, what C4C did for me was to take me back to the roots. It was like starting afresh. I had to get everything right, from my accounting to my staff management to my customer service. I had to build a structure. I started afresh, trying to write down the visions, trying to create my business plan. I started doing my business canvas, and it helped me put everything I needed in place. So yes, I didn't have everything I needed available, but I had it at the back of my mind that this is what I need to make this business succeed. You know, a lot of people go into business without really knowing what it takes. So at the end of the day, when they get into, when they are faced with challenges, you see it's a problem. So apart from putting this whole idea on paper, having the knowledge of what I needed, I try to anticipate possible challenges so that when they occur, I just easily go over them instead of them taking me back. So building this structure helped me to know, okay, this is what I make from my sales. In fact, first of all, I had to start afresh to be sure that I'm even making profits. Because the first thing they taught us in the C4C was, is your business a profitable one? So I had to go back to say, okay. And I discovered that, funny enough, in some of my products, I wasn't making profits. So I had to go back to the drawing board to make sure that I got everything right. So my costing, you know, some of these new entrepreneurs, when you're starting a business, you don't know you have to equate like the NEPA bills and all that. So these are things knowledges that I was equipped with during the fellowship program. So in building the structure, I knew the number of staffs I needed. I could afford at that particular time so that I don't run at a loss. So I knew the competence, what I needed to look out for in getting my staff. I knew what I needed as a person to also upgrade myself in terms of knowledge. So what I did was to try, because the whole spice thing, I didn't go for training. I wasn't trained on it. It was just a natural thing that came into it. So I needed to do some short courses to make sure I was on point. So when I'm talking to people, I'm not just talking from the point of passion, I'm talking from the point of experience and authority. So it's a different thing when somebody comes to tell you that, oh, use this, and then this happens. But I'm telling you what's going to happen, so I'm ready and equipped for every question you have for me. And I see that has even encouraged a lot of people to patronize me. Then part of the challenge was funding, which was something that Conversation for Change really helped me. From the grant I got, I was able to get the major equipment which I needed, which was a dehydrator. Because a dehydrator for my kind of business is very important. The difference between sun drying and dehydrating is sun drying reduces some of the nutrients of those ingredients I use. But when I dehydrate, it just eliminates the water content of the ingredients. So the funding aspect of the challenge. Then because I was a new business, a lot of people have this, oh, she's new, does she know what she's doing? Entering the market was a big deal. So the next thing I did was gifting. I give you my product for free. Go and try it out. If you
trial will convince you.
A trial will convince you. So I knew I was selling trust and not cash. So I took that bold step. So initially it wasn't so profitable because I had to use my money to get money. So by the time people started using it, I started getting return customers and referrals. So that was how the business grew. And then people started calling me. So even in the COVID period, of course, the catering business was almost locked down, you know. And then I thought to myself, okay, there's a pandemic. How do I come in? How do I help? How do I make money from the situation? And I said, okay, I have something I am offering, which is a healthier alternative to not the conventional spices you have in the market. I started researching, which is one of the major things I learned from C4C. You don't just go into things like that. You have to research. You have to read. You have to, go to the internet. What do you do with your YouTube? What do you do to Google? You have to get information and be updated. So I said, okay, this is a pandemic that, of course, attacks the immune system. What can I offer? And that was how
Great question.
So I went back to the drawing board and I said, okay, we have to boost our immune system. And then I brought my flu tea, which is an immune booster. And I put it up on social media. Get this product for your natural way to just prevent the whole COVID thing. And funny enough, it sold. This COVID has been my best period.
Wow.
Not in terms of the pandemic, but in terms of business. I've made my maximum profits. I made sales of over 1.5 million in COVID alone, from my spices and my teas. And then the COVID, because a lot of people were at home, they started paying more attention to their health. They started having time for social media to read, okay, what's new, what's healthy. So in the COVID, my vision expanded from creating healthy alternatives to conventional spices to creating healthy alternatives to everything that enters your mouth. So name it. We started with our teas, we started with our granola, and we went into date powder production, which is of course your natural alternative to your sugar. So even if you're diabetic, of course, you can use it for your cereal, you can use it for your, but the Flu tea has been amazing. And we have also launched our calming tea to help reduce the stress.
You didn't bring Flu tea for us to see?
To help reduce the stress the COVID has brought. But a lot of people have lost their jobs, a lot of people are going through emotional stress. All you just need is our calming tea and you're good. And everything is 100% natural. No artificial additive, no preservatives. Even in the COVID period, another advantage we had were we started having distributors.
Okay.
We started having customers from different states. So what we did was look for the logistic companies that were allowed to move during the pandemic, and people started registering to be distributors. So it made it easily available for my clients, for my customers, to have it at their tips whenever they need it. So right now we are in over 12 states, and it's growing. Even in Abuja, we have distributors in Abuja as it is, you know. So it's like my promise to my customers, I'm bringing this product closer to you. So that is when we launched into the distributorship thing. And it's been amazing and it's really growing. But the most important thing I learned is to sell trust and not trash. Because when you pay attention to quality above profit, the business or the product speaks for itself.
I love that. To sell trust and not trash. That should be a motto for every business in this country, indeed in the world. Mm-hmm. When you provide quality to your clients, to your customers, that is the sure road to sustainable success. Mm-hmm. And probably true success.
Oh, yes.
I love that. I love that. Let's take a break, but stay with us because we still have some wonderful things to discuss with Ngozi. Welcome back. We've come almost to the end, but still a very, very interesting and stimulating part. Ngozi, let me ask you, can you describe a little bit more about your business? How big is it? How many people do you provide jobs for? You know, yeah, let's whet the appetite of people out there.
Currently, I have 2 permanent staffs and 3 contract staff. Then we have about 12 distributors. So I would say I'm also creating jobs for them because they are selling my products and making extra cash. And the beautiful thing is that most of those distributors have businesses that were really affected by the COVID. So the spice business for them is an alternative income for them. And since it's growing, in fact, I have some of them order for as much as 150 packs of these spices, like twice in a week or monthly and all that as the order comes. So it's been a really productive part for alternative for them, productive what do I call it?
Enterprise, their own productivity,
well.
yeah.
Yes, and apart from that, I do what I call unbranded wholesale. So you might be using some spice that tastes like mine. It's also mine, but it's not my brand. So I produce for
in
those
bulk.
who, yes, in bulk.
Okay.
So they
okay.
rebrand and repackage in their name.
My kitchen would like to hear that.
Okay, so I also encourage people that want to go into the spice production business, but you don't want to use my brand name, so I can produce for you and then you work with your brand. So it's like also expand. For me, it's increasing production and sale, of course.
Okay.
But, so don't be surprised when you try out some spice and you're like, oh, it tastes like some spices. It's actually some spices.
Yeah. Are there investment opportunities?
Oh yes, we have actually started. I have a product here. This is a spiced crayfish. I know a lot of people are like, which one is spiced crayfish again? You know, like I said, we're creating healthy alternatives to your conventional spices, but we're also being creative. Spiced crayfish basically is a combination of lots of protein you can cook with. And like this one, you can see it's chi crayfish. This actually is a product for an investor. So when we invest in our business, what we do is we create a unique spice for you.
Okay.
So it's like you selling your product with our brand name, because we are already known for what we do. So it's, I wouldn't say franchising basically, but for the investor, like this particular spice, the Chi stands for Chinyere. Chinyere, Dr. Chinyere, she's in the US. So, but she saw our product, she liked what we did, and said, okay, she wants to buy into this. I said, okay, I'll create a unique spice for you. So all the account details for this spice are kept separately from the business account. So we keep tabs of what is happening. So she gives us a percentage and then gets her money back.
Wow, that's a great incentive.
Yeah.
That shows a real business acumen. Thank you so much. Yeah. And to all the potential investors out there, where you don't want to work, but you want to make money, think about Ngozi's business. Ngozi, thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's been great having you on the show. But can you, a last word to our viewers, what would you say to other young people out there?
Entrepreneurship is not an easy journey, but for me as a person, giving up doesn't exist. It does not exist in my dictionary. Whatever the challenge is, you can overcome it. But first, build a structure. Your brain is not for storage, it's for thinking. So when you think, it's important to write down, because what you don't write down, you're quick to forget. So if you have that business idea, write it down. Write the vision down. Write everything it will take to succeed. And then, as you go along at the journey, you can tick. Write everything you need. Do your business plan. It doesn't have to be a complicated document, but it's a guide for you, because every step you take, you can go back and see, what am I doing? Am I derailing from the plan? And with so much passion, you can achieve anything. Why I always ask people, what you do, are you passionate about it? Because when every other thing fails, passion becomes that drive that keeps you going. So keep at it. Giving up is not an excuse at all.
Absolutely. Giving up is not an option. No. I don't think we could possibly end on a better note than that. Giving up should never be an option. Ngozi is wonderful, Ngozi is special, but there are many, many Ngozis out there. And so I echo her words. And if we truly create enough mass of young people who genuinely take on entrepreneurship and make a success of it, we will reduce the unemployment rates significantly in our country. Thank you all so much. We shall continue to bring to you wonderful young people like Ngozi. There are many more lined up for our show. There are many more out there. Please do write in if you would like to be part of the show and feature. We've had a great time. I hope you have had too. Once again, I'm Dr. Kechi Obuagu, your privileged guide on this journey. I thank you. Till the next time.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome once again to the Sage. A wonderful journey, a journey in which we work with you to uncover hidden treasures. Joyful, inspiring, and truly, truly exciting. Yes, it's once again another episode in which, as we had said previously, we meet really wonderful young people who have become entrepreneurs and have made a success of it. Today's episode is full of excitement. For me particularly, it's full of joy. It meets an innate need in me to see a young lady with so much enterprise who is so gifted. I say that because I in particular have a soft spot for young women. I feel young people in our country and in many parts of the world are more burdened, more handicapped by the fact that they lack jobs and therefore lack a viable means of empowerment, economic empowerment. But this is really, really acute for young women. They face all kinds of inequalities, all kinds of handicaps engendered by many factors in our society, whether it's cultural, economic, family, government, in so many ways. Sometimes even nature itself hampers the growth, the development, particularly economic development of the young woman. And so we have a shining example to share with you today. A woman, a young woman who never fails to inspire me. A young woman with a heart and the courage of a lion. Full of fun, full of, so gifted, so truly inspiring and wonderful. Please join me as I welcome Jane Okenyi to this show.
Thank you so much, Ma. It's a pleasure to be here.
When we come back, you'll hear what is so truly wonderful about Jane. And as usual, I'm Dr. Kechi Ogwagu, your guide on this journey of excitement. Stay with us. Welcome once again to the stage. My dear, tell us a little about yourself.
Okay. My name is Okenyi J. Ijoma. I'm from Abia State, Nigeria. I'm an Igbo girl. Okay, and I hail from Akano Item local government in Abia State. I schooled at Michael Obara University of Agriculture, Umudiki in Abia State, and I studied biochemistry. Currently, I'm a youth corps member, although I'll be finishing my youth service this month. So, it may interest you to know, and also my audience, that I'm a shoemaker. And yes, I am a shoemaker. I love to be called one. I'm repeating it because I don't want you to call me a cobbler. I don't want you to call me a shoe designer. I am a shoemaker because I make footwears. So that is a little about who I am.
Great. Jane, the shoemaker.
Yes, ma'am.
Jane, tell us a little bit about what made you shoemaking? What made you go into this business that is obviously very much a man's world?
Okay. Yes, as they always say, shoemaking is a male-dominated business. So everybody usually asks that question. So the first thing I would say is that I didn't just start by making this business part of what I wanted to do in life. I didn't grow up wanting to be a shoemaker. You know, it was born out of passion for entrepreneurship, passion for business, passion to wanting to become something different aside the regular things that women do in society. When I was little, when I was growing up, when my parents buy clothes and they don't buy shoes, there's a problem. You have to buy shoes for me. So right from time, I've always loved footwears. I can't afford to wear the same shoe I wore last year, this year. No, not possible. Then talking about the energy involved in this business. I grew up as a tomboy. I have a twin brother, so that can explain why I grew up as a tomboy. he was my only friend and sibling, so I always did everything he did. You know, I played the same kind of games he played, you know, the football, the sports and all that. So I think that was where I built my physical strength from. Then looking at business, at the business angle, everything I turned into business. My parents gave me money. See, they gave me money, but that 10 naira I'll make from selling that little drawing gave me joy. That little construction that I would just do, put together envelopes and sell to my teachers.
Did you say you were from Newi, no?
No. From Abia State. But I don't know why some people think I'm from
Is it Ijebu?
No! I'm from Abia State. Yes. So maybe a lot of people say, maybe because I'm an Igbo girl, that's why you're into business and all that. But maybe it's true, maybe it's not true. But I just know that business has been inherent in me right from when I was a little child. So that, so coupled with the business angle, the strengths I have, my love for footwear,
and your love for money.
And my love for money. I can't hide it. All put together has made me a shoemaker today.
Shoe, that's interesting. And what kind of shoes do you make?
Okay, I make flat-soled shoes for men, mostly, and then for women. I make palm slippers and sandals. So, this is what I call Nneka. This is the Nneka slide. You know, Nneka is an Igbo word meaning mother is greater. Mother is greater. So, I give this footwear. I was inspired by one of my very wonderful mom in the making, and I got this footwear. So it's called Nneka slide, and we have many more in my factory. You know, so I'm also looking to branch into making boots, and you know, all those official, all those boots that the civil defense people use, the army people use. You know, all those boots, camp boots, and all that. So, but basically, I focus on flat-soled shoes like brogues, like drivers or loafers, as the case may be, monk straps, you know, Chelsea boots, and then I also do flat-soled slippers for men and women, and sandals for men and women.
Let me ask you, what did your family think about this, your idea of enterprise, going into the shoe business?
My family, okay, let me start from my dad. Very wonderful man, I would say. You know, I happen to be his first daughter. We are twins, you know. It's like, just like I said earlier, we are twins. You know, he always wanted me to be a medical doctor. You know, I'll get into the school, finish maybe after biochemistry, like I studied, further my studies into study medicine and all that. But as the case may be, after my 100 level, I discovered my passion for footwear making, and I told him about it, and he just needed to see the way. He said, "No, my first daughter cannot do this. She has to be a doctor, you know. How can you be this beautiful? You want to be a shoemaker?" He doesn't know, it's not possible. You know, he complained, and at first I behaved like I understood, but I honestly didn't understand what he was saying because I knew what I wanted. I went back again and requested to take the sewing machine that's in the house. And he sent me back. He said, no, she go back to school. He sent me to school and not to make shoes. So fast forward to today. My father is my highest marketer as I'm talking to you now. He has brought more than 50 businesses for me to, you know, do. And he's so proud now to introduce me to his friends as a shoemaker. Wow. Then for my mom has been supportive from the beginning, even though it didn't look like it from the beginning. But she was there, you know, even when she felt I was not making the right decision, she was still there. And then she kept believing. My twin brother was always there to, you know, to market online for me. It was now more like a family business. I involved them in everything I was doing. If I'm cutting, everyone is cutting, you know, if I'm coupling, everyone was just there, you know. It was lovely from the beginning. And now my mom, what she calls me is entrepreneur. Businesswoman, you know, shoemaker and all that. So it's been a very lovely journey, you know, family-wise. So at the beginning, it was not sweet. But now, I think...
they believe in it.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, that is great. That is great. So it's a business now. You have your shop, you have your shoes, you have your brand, and people are beginning to make orders so that you're very busy. Tell us a bit. But let's hear about how did you get there? The difficult. Before you go in that, we'll take a break and we'll be back.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for staying with us, and thank you for being with us and continuing to journey with us as we talk to this wonderful young lady sitting here with me. Jane, two things come out clear. Where you came from, how you started, the kind of family reaction and support that you got, but also the fact that it's now beginning to work. You know, it's a winning game. But tell us, how did you acquire the skills?
Okay.
Has it always been easygoing? You know, what were the challenges and so on that you had to deal with?
Okay, about the skill set. 2015, October to be very precise, I just came back home from school. After the 111th semester was over, I came back home, for the holiday. And I was just walking by, my street, and I saw this shop, or this shoemaking kiosk, because it's not a shop, a proper shop. And I saw some beautiful designs there. I had to walk in there, and I started asking some questions. And even when I moved, away from asking asking about the price, and I started asking about how he produced them and where he got the materials from. I was so intrigued by the whole thing, and being an inquisitive person that I am, I wanted to know everything that day. And then the man moved further to ask if I wanted to learn. It didn't dawn on me that I could actually learn how to do this, yeah? Even though I had passion for entrepreneurship and for business, and even though I loved shoes, I could actually learn how to do this and do it myself.
Yourself.
Yes. Yeah. I was already thinking about the business side to it immediately. And I said, yes, I want to learn how to make these pictures. And he laughed. I said, no, the boy is too much. You will not be able to do this. And I saw it as a challenge. And I told him that I was going to come back with my mom. So I took his phone number and left. I came back the next day. First of all, I went back home and I told my mom. My mom was like, shoemaking. Shoemaking. How? I said, Mommy, don't worry, I'm going to pay for this. I had some spare 20K or 25K. I was thinking of what shoes I'm going to do within that period. I wanted to learn how to drive car very, very well, because I wanted to drive my mom's car up and down. But when I saw that thing, I felt that it was worth the money. So my mom reluctantly followed me with her friend, and we went there the next day. She saw the place, and she wasn't very satisfied, but I convinced her. I was just pushing.
With your enthusiasm and your drive.
Honestly, I didn't know what I wanted to use that knowledge or shoemaking to do. Like, I didn't really want to. I just wanted to know how to do it. And
it struck a chord. Something in it resonated with you.
Exactly. And just like a joke, we paid, and I started the next day. And that man really drilled me. His name is Y2K. He said, no, don't ask me the reason. Because he said Y2K. He said, year 2000. So 2K is 2000. Year 2000. That was when he started the business. So we call him Y2K. The man, I was his only apprentice at that time. It was not funny. The man didn't even look at the fact that I was a girl. He didn't look at the fact that I was an achepo. He didn't look at the fact that I was just starting. He drilled me for 1 week and I fell sick. It was not funny, but
it was hard work,
Yes. It was so, oh my God. But at the end of the day, I learned from him for 5 weeks, and I had to go back to school. But what I learned within that 5 weeks was enough to take me through for a long time. I went back to school and I discovered another shoemaking shop that just opposite my school gates, and I started going there anytime I was free. You know, little by little, the guy was putting me through. I was helping him to do his own work, so I didn't pay him. I was just helping him to do his own work, and he was teaching me, you know. So we were
All the
helping each other.
techniques
Yes.
of actually how the shoes are put
Yes.
together.
And then,
Okay.
of course, I was gaining some other knowledge from YouTube, you know, from social media in general. So that's the beginning. That's the beginning of my journey of learning this process of turning it into a business. So my learning process was between 2015 to 2017. You know, I was learning it in bits because of school.
Jenny, it's been wonderful listening to you. Before I let you go, I'm still going to ask you, please tell us a little bit more. I mean, because as I look at it, I think it's an amazing opportunity. Yeah? What did it take to structure your business? What is the demand like? What are the things that are helping you produce to respond to the demand? I could go on asking so many questions, but tell us a little bit more so that others out there could see whether perhaps this is an area where they could also venture into.
Okay.
And also, as you're discussing that, talk about the investment opportunities. What is this? What do you think? What would you say to people out there?
Okay, thank you. First of all, I would like to, to talk about how importantly conversations for change has, impacted in my business managerial skills. From C4C, I got the opportunity to intern with the almighty butter industry for 2 months. Man, it was a wonderful experience. Yes, I must say, very wonderful. I saw wonderful equipment. I saw how 500 to 1,000 projects could be produced in one day. It was a very wonderful experience, and it widened my horizon. Before now, I didn't know how to get my bits together, to form a standard business. But through the knowledge I have gotten from conversations for change, I've been able to gather my bits together. I've been able to have a very strong managerial skill. And also, when we talk about the human resource angle, I've been able to know how to selectively pick the people that I know that I could work with, either as apprentices or as workers, to make sure that everything will come together to form the kind of footwears I have in mind to give my customers to wear. I have currently 8 apprentices, both male and female, of course, not only women, even men. Yes. So I have about 2 females and 6 males. Yes. And among the males, I even have a little boy, a 10-year-old boy. Yes. And now, even my workers, I have 2 workers working for me. The one currently is with me all the time, and then one is the contract staff. So all put together, I have like 10 people under my supervision and under my care when it comes to business. The demand for footwears have really increased because, when we started, it wasn't like this. But when we started reading out the products that we have, we really made a lot of noise on social media, trying to see how we could increase our sales and increase patronage. So we make lots of footwears and we send them to different states in the country. So we're not limited to FCT Abuja. Anywhere you are in this country, and of course with time outside the country, we send your footwears to wherever you are. So you just place your order.
Is it expensive to send it to them?
No. We don't add extra cost for sending. We work with some logistics company and we use the exact retail price. So we don't add an extra fee, sorry. So talking about the business in general, like the patronage, it has really increased, and I would say that about 60% of my patronizers are middle-aged men, married, probably, that have a family, because they like to...
You keep the single ones away, eh?
No, that's 60%. 60% more married men that want to produce for themselves, their wives and their kids, for their family members as a whole. About 20% of them are the single ones, the young boys and the young girls, The rest of the 20% are, should I say, the people that are no longer so young. I don't want to say they're old, but they're not so young anymore, So, but in general, 80% of my patronizers are men, while 20% are women.
Oh,
And
really?
in this
Why?
20%,
Why do you think so?
And in 20%, 10% of them produce for their husbands or their male better halves, I don't know. Then the remaining 10% produce for themselves. The reason why I said so is because I'm a woman, so I'm saying it. Women don't like to patronize handmade footwear as much as men do. They like to buy 5 footwears at 1,000 naira. Or buy 5,000. And for them to actually bring out some good money to purchase good quality products. Although it's not for every woman though, but that's just the general idea. Talking about investors and investments as a whole, my business is still very young, is growing even more than I could ever imagine, and is very much open for investors, for partners, for people who feel that they could make a ton of money out of this. Yes, I'm saying this boldly because this is a very lucrative business. I could have bolted out before now if it was not, because I said earlier I like money and I like to work for my money. So if this business was not lucrative enough to keep me here up to now, this is my 5th year in this business, I would have bought it out maybe a long time ago. So it's open for people who feel that they could invest in shoemaking business, in footwear production business. It's very lucrative. We can use this money to get lots of equipment that will ease the production and also make the production process to be faster and to also get to people more than what it is right now. So it's very much open for investments.
Yeah. She's telling you loud and clear.
Yes.
She's open to people investing and sharing the profits.
Yes.
And indeed creating jobs and work for so many other people out there.
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Great. We really, really wish you well in that. What would you say to many of the young people out there? What would you...
My fellow young ladies and men, I would really like to say this, right from my heart. I would say that you should just keep pushing. Don't allow the obstacles of life surrounding you to weigh you down, because they will surely come. Those obstacles will surely come. A lot of people around you might not see what you're saying to them. They might not see that thing that you're trying to paint for them to see. But once you're very sure that you know where you're going to, once you're very sure that your eyes are focused on that particular thing you want to achieve, my dear friends, my dear young people, please don't lose focus. Just keep going. With time, everyone around you will understand. Everyone around you will, in turn put their hands together to make sure that that place you're going to, you get there faster. But the important thing is that at the beginning, it might not be easy. It wasn't easy for me, and I'm telling you that it wasn't easy for me. But with persistence, or with perseverance, with patience, and with focus, you'll get there. You will surely get there. It's just a matter of time.
I love that. You will get there. I love the confidence. You will surely get there. I'm inspired. I'm sure many, many of you out there are also inspired. Jane, it's been a real pleasure to talk to you, to hear your enthusiasm, to almost physically feel your confidence. And we wish you the very, very best as you continue on this trail. Never give up. We know you won't. And we're looking forward to your creating jobs for many other people, young people out there.
Thank you, Ma.
It's been a pleasure. I hope you've enjoyed the journey on this particular episode. We can all make it together if we, like Jane, follow our passion and are ready to work and make our dreams come true. I thank you once again for being with us on this exciting journey. And please do be with us again next week as we bring you another inspiring young person. Thank you and goodbye.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Lost 10 minutes.
This is Signature Television Unscripted. My name is Mike Ubani. We are going to examine crucial developments in our country in the last 1 week. And we are going to talk about the primaries of the ruling All Progressives Congress, the primaries to elect candidates for the National Assembly, the governorship, and the state houses of assembly. How did it go? There have been lots of complaints arising from the primaries. Some politicians feel that they were shortchanged, that the system didn't go, the exercise didn't go well. There were lots and lots of manipulations and rigging that saw them out of being defeated in the election. And the question is, if the ruling All Progressive Congress cannot organize free and fair primaries, what will happen to the general elections in 2027? Is it the kind of thing we are going to see? Are we going to see a free, fair election or a rigged election? Then we come to the issue of the book, or the autobiography written by the former head of state, General Yakubu Gowon. He just launched his autobiography, My Service of Duty and Allegiance. And a lot of people who attended that book unveiling praised him for unifying the country.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated reserve and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on E-Vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated reserve and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing.
What's 10 minutes per person?
This is Signature Television Unscripted. My name is Mike Obani. We are going to examine crucial developments in our country in the last 1 week. And we are going to talk about the primaries of the ruling All Progressives Congress, the primaries to elect candidates for the National Assembly, the governorship, and the state houses of assembly. How did it go? There have been lots of complaints arising from the primaries. Some politicians feel that they were shortchanged, that the system didn't go, the exercise didn't go well. There were lots and lots of manipulations and rigging that saw them out of being defeated in the election. And the question is, if the ruling All Progressive Congress cannot organize free and fair primaries, what will happen to the general elections in 2027? Is it the kind of thing we are going to see? Are we going to see a free, fair election or a rigged election? Then we come to the issue of the book, or the autobiography written by the former head of state, General Yakubu Gowon. He just launched his autobiography, My Service of Duty and Allegiance. And a lot of people who attended that book unveiling praised him for unifying the country and also for introducing the 3 R's: reconciliation, reconstruction, and rehabilitation. That we ask ourselves, so many years after the end of the war, has there been, have we seen the reconciliation? Have we seen the reconstruction and the rehabilitation? Then we are happy that the court the other day extended the time, or rather knocked off some INEC guidelines regarding the conduct of the election. And one important one has to do with the time lag, for the different political parties to submit members, their membership list to INEC. In fact, by going by the INEC guideline, it ended on 10th of May. But the court has now said, no, this is contrary to the provision of the Constitution and the Electoral Act, and extended the submission of a membership list to September, and that gives room for, so we are going to look at the implication of, this court ruling. And with me in the studio to do justice to these topics and more is on my immediate right, Mr. Martin and Mr. Ani. You are welcome to the program.
Thank you, Chief Ubani.
Thank you, Dr. Okeje. You're welcome to the program. It's nice having you. And to our listeners, viewers, we say, stay with us, and we are going to serve you well. So, what do you make out of let's start from the book launch.
Okay.
Go on's book launch.
Well,
okay. So what do you make out of the book?
Well, I have not had much insight into the book because it was just launched, I think, 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, the book was launched 2 days ago, but just like every other book, it's his own thinking, it's his own understanding, and he's entitled to script whatever he felt that transpired, within 1967 and during the war and all that. So, but the key thing that I gleaned out of the book was when he mentioned that it was Ojukwu that caused the war. But I recall vividly that that was what they had as Aburi Accord. So then, well, if Ojukwu and Gowon had gone to Ghana in Aburi and then agreed to do a particular thing, and then by the time, as we were told, Buhari, what is his name, Gowon came back, I realized that he didn't do a good bargaining, and that the agreement he signed on to wouldn't favor him, and then started going against the agreement. So you can't say it was Ojukwu's, Ojukwu disobeyed. No. So that's actually what I see. But like I stated earlier, he's entitled to whatever he felt, and then to the extent he has gone to reconcile Nigerians with his Nigerian prayer, that's one thing we have known him for. So after the war, he turned born again, according to him. We don't know who is born again and who is not, except the Lord himself knows who he is. So he has been praying around. I think with that prayer team that has been going around, I think he has made some impact to heal the wounds of the war. But with regards to what transpired in Ghana, after Ghana and all that, I don't think it's squarely on Ojukwu. You can't put the blame entirely on Ojukwu. It takes two to tango. So the Nigerian government must have done something also to have triggered the war.
Yeah,
the killings, the backtracking and all that. So that's just what I want. So I congratulate him on his
Yeah, just like so many officials of government have congratulated him, the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, congratulated him, the vice president, and all that, Doctor. Looking at the book, I don't know whether you've read the book. I'm sure you've heard about the book. Even if you have not read it, you've heard about the book. But one issue I want us to look at is the issue Gowon was praised for the 3 hours, for introducing the 3 hours, after the end of the war. And here we are. Do you think that those 3 hours, reconstruction, rehabilitation, and were carried through, after the war? Any reconstruction, one can talk about in the war-affected areas, especially the southeast, where we are today. Any rehabilitation? Is the unity there? A lot of people said God will unify the country. Is the unity there? Is it possible that he succeeded? Because after the war, he was head of state. He was head of state. The war ended in 1970. He was overthrown in 1985, July 29, 1985. So he has 85 rather. Is it? 75. Yeah, 75. Right. That's 75. Yeah. So he had 7 years after the end of the war. Did he implement those policies that he initiated after the Civil War?
I think you have moved from the book launch to some other thing because the
I mean that's still part of,
it's
the book.
The 3 R's is a government program, not his personal program. Yeah. But I can tell you that the war damaged Nigeria, or at least damaged the eastern region. The damages of the war included personal houses, personal homes, personal companies. I'm not aware of anybody who had a company or who had a home damaged during the war that received compensation, that was helped to reconstruct. A majority of the schools in the war-affected areas were owned by missions. Missions. Catholic Church had the most, followed by what is now called the Church of Nigeria Anglican Communion, the Methodists, Baptists, few government schools. Bishop Okoye was the assistant bishop of ENUGU Catholic Diocese. He made efforts to reconstruct the schools that were damaged. I attended a Catholic school. The government didn't do anything. What they did was to seize the school and say, we are taking it over. People should go to school, there will be no fees. But before we arrived, they said they had formed parent-teacher association without the parents, without the teachers, and asked students to pay levies imposed on parents and teachers. People who were poor. Government facilities, like Ojiriba Power Station. My father worked there. It was a functional power station before the war. But it's not here now. So where is the reconstruction? The Nkalagu cement factory. The federal government invested in the company to reactivate it. But it was part of the people that killed it because the production process was a dry process. You needed to feed it with coal, put in the kiln to burn the limestone and produce cement. The coal corporation was not rehabilitated. So Nkalago is gone. I don't know what is rehabilitation, except that the war also helped some people, helped us in a way. Many of our leading academics and administrators were working at the University of Ibadan, University of Lagos, and the federal government. Many of them who came back because they were no longer safe remained. Nsukka was a university, all right, but it was just a university. The major people who were driving the university were foreigners attracted by Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe because he studied in the US. Those people ran away for their lives during the war. They didn't come back. So it was these people who came back from University of Lagos, University of Ibadan, who reinforced Nsukka and got it to where it was able to recover somehow. There was the second National Development Plan to succeed the first National Development Plan, 1962 to 1968, which was from 1970 to 1974, yes, which the government started. If it was part of the reconstruction, it affected people outside the war-affected areas benefited more because the Federal Commissioner for Works, Alhaji Okunu, although he was yes, although he was classmate with a lot of Igbos in King's College, but he took it upon himself to be bitter with the Igbos. He was openly, even in the Executive Council, enunciating that things should not be done here, and nobody sanctioned him for it.
Okay.
This book has come. It's good that it has come out, so it can be examined. I've not read it, but I know that I have read a lot of accounts. It's from Umahia. He used to sympathize with the Northern People's Congress up before the war. After the war, he was appointed a federal commissioner for agriculture.
Okay, that's Doctor.
Yeah, he's a PhD holder.
Yeah.
Well, at the Federal Executive Council, he was almost being opposed. He was the person that handed over the School of Agriculture, Omudike, to the federal government for rehabilitation. You can see where it was. At the time I was in secondary school, if you went to Omudike for 2 days, you were almost like an agricultural assistant because there was something you could get. Now it's the Federal University of Agriculture. But it's just a university. People are starving around the place. I don't know whether you have passed from there to Ikotek. So there was damage. The School of Hygiene at Aba was producing people who could inspect streets and make sure that drains are cleaned. Where are they today? So it's good that he has given an account, but I can tell you that I have read books by Jem Bengo. I've read books by several people. Even Lindsay Barrett wrote something, a kind of promotional for T.Y. Danjuma. Late Husseini also wrote or gave interviews. The objective of the counter coup was abandoned, and Igbos were being killed just like. So if he said he was reconciling, those people who were killed unjustly, they were not coup makers, they were not related to the coup makers, but they were killed. I can tell you one person, Francis Ella, is from River State. He was a teacher in a school around Abeokuta. But some soldiers from the north traced him to the secondary school to kill him. He was lucky he escaped with his life. I know somebody who lives in ENUGU here. He was the engineer in charge of the waterworks at in Lagos. He was nearly killed. He was just rescued by the act of God because he was a kind person. Somebody from the north who lived around there. People called him. He spoke to these two soldiers who wanted to kill him and said, please leave me, he's my friend. Is that, what have you reconciled? Immediately after the war, there was a lady who was killed in Kaduna, one Caroline, an Igbo girl. Nothing was done.
Killing stopped.
He has not.
Has the killing stopped?
In 2011, when Jonathan won the election, people were killed, and mostly Igbos. In Bauchi, 5 people, foreign graduates who came back and they were doing youth service. They were burnt alive because Jonathan won in the place. But Jonathan's sympathizer, the current governor of Bauchi State, is still in office. So, a state is a unit of the international system. But Nigeria is a state, and it's a country. But it consists of many, many nations. The concept that will unite Nigeria has not come. And I believe that book, the writing, is consistent with some conspiracy to alert people. Maybe that Obi is an able person. They have come again. Because some of the things even he wrote in that book, that some officers wanted to kill Ojukwu who was not available to them. So how can you say you didn't want to kill him? That some, what they call young officers. Ironsi tried to reconcile by appointing him below rank to give people a notion that what the people who executed the coup did were bad. Now, if you did overthrow Ironsi, why don't you return power to those people who were unjustly killed? I mean, their team. You didn't do it. You remained in office till 1975. But these are personal things now because we are talking about things that are older than us. What people do depends on the circumstances they find themselves in. On this note, I just want to say that, what we will be talking about intergroup relations, interpersonal relationships are different. I've met Gowon when he came to see somebody, a lady whose husband died in ENUGU. He came very simply, and he was an impressive person, but I don't think I can read the book because if Dangote donated 3 billion, the printer may not print again.
No, T.Y. Danjuma.
T.Y. Danjuma, okay, 3 billion.
3 billion.
Dangote 500
million.
Yeah.
And
then
so
Boa.
many, I'm even surprised that the Vice President Shetima, imposed 25 million naira on each of the state governors, 36 state governors of the federation, asked them to pay 25 million naira for the. We're not going to leave this issue until we talk about the inability or the refusal of General Gowon to apologize to the Igbos for there was a coup, 1966 coup, January 15, 1966 coup, which was allegedly masterminded by Igbo officers, and there was a counter coup followed by massive, killings of Igbos. We do know, or still remember about the massacre of the 3,000 young men in Asaba. And nobody, even Gowon himself, Gowon was head of state when all these things took place. And looking at his book, no apology, no remorse, for the unjust killings, of Igbos during the Civil War. And I don't know how you respond to this.
Well, a general is a general. So what do you expect from me? To start crying and then falling on the ground. So I think he has never done that. He will never do that. The man is at the departure launch. So he's racing against time, and he's able to come up with this book. So since he hasn't apologized from that date, of course, he has told us that it was in the service of the nation. All that he did was professionally, as a professional military man. So you didn't expect that it was a personal thing that he did. Both the Civil War, the engagement, military and all that, were all in the service of Nigeria. So it was not a personal thing. So you don't expect the man to apologize. He's a general and he remains one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because apologizing is almost like saying we regret the war. And then you can imagine the issues that will follow. So because if you say you regret the war, people will say you should not compensate. People should say you should be able to
Dr. KJ,
that's my take.
There's something called karma, retributive justice. A lot of people have said that the killings in the Plateau region, the current killings in the Plateau region, in his domain, which he has not been able to stop as a general, is as a result of the killings of Igbo, the massacres of Igbo, the program that took place during his watch as president, as head of state.
I think we are Christians. We don't, karma is a kind of imagination. Actually, during the, pogrom, the traditional ruler of Jos did not want the Igbos attacked. He didn't approve of it. But because the people there, the Birom, are a minority, it is the people who are immigrated into that area that effected their wish. The same thing in Yola, the emir was protecting the Igbos, but the rioters could not do that. So even now, the problem in Plateau is on the Birom. People from other parts of Plateau are not sympathetic to the Birom people. If they were and they joined them, the matter would have been settled. And you can see Jonah Jank came from that place. And when he was governor, he tried to tackle the problem. I think the other governor that was also removed was from Jos area. So it's not karma. It's only that Nigeria was set up by force. And that force continued to propel. Just look at what happened in Oyo State. That place is Ogbomosho.
Yeah.
Area. Where Akintola comes from.
Okay.
Adekunle was a staff officer in ENUGU here when the first and second coup happened. When Ejo, their commander, became a military governor, he came up. When Ojukwu decided to declare Biafra or felt that people were safe, he approved that weapons should be given to the soldiers who are not from the Eastern region to let them go out of the region, and that they should return the weapons after. And Dekule and these people moved, and they didn't return the weapons. One of the things that made Akintola bitter was that Akintola was from his area. He is also from Agbomoso. Today, the people he protected are kidnapping his people, cutting off their head. Where is the anger? I don't think we should be bothering ourselves about this thing, because when you hear some people, you discover that the factors of that war had damaged psychology. El Rufai's son, the one that is in House of Reps, there was a time he made a snide remark about Igbo people. He said the Igbo cry, because a lot of women were raped here. The people who raped them, when they went home, they made it a story. Sanusi Lamido Sanusi, the current emir or one of the emirs of Kano, he wrote in a book that Igbos were taught a lesson. He was a child at the time. You know, if you are talking about rehabilitation, the secondary school that Nzogwu attended, St. Patrick's in Kaduna, it had been converted to a Muslim school. The Catholic Church handed it over to them. He did it. So, I think he said he didn't want to open old wounds. You know, there's an English saying that silence is golden. Given what many people have spoken about, and he was silent for a long time, personally, I would believe that, you know, if he was talking about his memoir, his life, he could have just concerned himself about himself.
Yeah.
If I see the book, if I see the book, because he was not the organizer of the coup, from what other people said, he should have just left it. Good thing, he also admitted that Igbos were killed in the north. Many other people didn't say it; they just glossed over it. They called it retaliation. So he could have concerned himself with his personal life.
Okay.
One of the things I would like to see from that book is, why did he try to run for president under option A4 in Wusasa, and he was, defeated. Very much defeated? And before this book came out, I think he called on Tinubu. I don't know why he went there to do. This book has now come out, you know, to create an atmosphere that could have a political dynamic. But like I said, I don't believe in karma, because God is in charge. Anybody doing anything must be very ethical and moral.
Gentlemen, the politics is heating up, and we've seen the primaries, you know, conducted by the ruling national APC, and I believe tomorrow the presidential primaries will take place. But those, or is it today?
Today.
Okay. We've had a lot of APC members complaining that they were rigged out, that the election was manipulated, you know, and there is a possibility that some of those aggrieved APC members may defect to other political parties, especially now that there is a window, you know, for you to do so, given against the backdrop of the recent ruling of the court, you know, extending the timeline for the submission of membership list to INEC. But you know, is this a mirror of what we are going to? That's what is going to play out during the 2027 general election. If the ruling political party cannot organize a free, fair, and credible primaries, you know, the expectation is that they will do worse things during the general election. I don't know how you react to that.
Okay, just to, you know,
because in Nasarawa, in Kwara, in Cross River, in Delta, in you know, All so many states in the federation, there are complaints.
Some former governors losing as well. So the point here is this: I keep saying that it's Nigerians. We are a people that find it difficult to play by the rules. We are hardly rule players, and that's the problem. Every time we are talking about making laws, making regulations, making constitution, the same people that make the constitutions, make the rules, make the laws are the same lawbreakers. To the point that people mock some of our lawmakers as lawbreakers. So the point I'm trying to make is that these parties have rules, they have regulations, of course subsumed under the constitution, but the point is that they are never ready to play by the rules. Okay, take for instance, consensus candidate and all that. Is that democratic? A situation whereby one or two persons, some they call themselves party leader, party leader, that kind of name. Once he summons the people and say, this person will go, and then you expect that the rest will keep quiet. Even when the person that has been nominated to go or considered better ahead of others doesn't have the capacity and what it takes to lead, doesn't even have a plan for the people. So that is why we're having these issues. And all of them flocked into APC because they believe that with the president as the leader, who is running a command and control system, look at what has happened in the Rivers, just at the snap of the finger, a sitting governor has pulled out of a governorship primary. What does that tell you? So the same thing is playing out. You have seen what has played out in Lagos. Hamza, the deputy governor, has emerged. I think he's the only deputy governor emerging among those that their governors are leaving, current governors are leaving, because the leader has said this is the one that will go, irrespective of the opinion of the people, irrespective of what democracy expects that people should government of the people, by the people, and for the people. But they are not playing by these rules, and that's why you see quite a lot of implosion in APC. Everyone who has studied what has been going on, the carpeting, cross-carpeting, and the camping and the campaign, have seen that this is almost a mini Nigeria. APC has become a mini Nigeria where everyone is flocking. And they are living in that delusion that once they elect anyone, that person will win. So the point now is that there is going to be serious implosion because what has played out in these primaries are never democracy. They are just in position of candidate in what they call consensus candidate. And you see that at the end of the day, so many people will be shortchanged. If the man doesn't like your face, he will remove you. Whether you're serving or not, it doesn't matter. And people are not allowed to vote. So the point I want to make briefly is that the primaries are full of surprises, as we have seen, including, I think, Goje, one former governor of Gombe, Senator Goje, so many of them who are very influential, not because the power brokers, the current power brokers doesn't want them. Not that they are not able to win an election. So what we are expecting that with this window of opportunity stretching to September, you will see quite a lot of them join other parties and also maybe possibly try to get elected. And then the race will be very interesting ahead of 2027. But what I'm trying to say is that, if, like you say, whether it's a foreshadow of 2027, I want to say that it's still a foreshadow. Because if people cannot play by the rule in their small party politics, then what will happen I think this is what America foresaw under George Washington. If you go through records, you see that George Washington ran as an independent candidate because it was expected then that the parties were becoming something else, uncontrollable, and the parties were stood down. And then that was how George Washington ran.
Was made for...
And he became one of the best American presidents in history.
Yeah,
so
before we run out of time, Dr. KJ, I would like your views. I would like you to comment on the withdrawal of the governor of Rivers State from the race. You recall what transpired in the past. We had an emergency rule in Rivers State for 6 months because arising from the struggle for power between Fubara and his godfather, Nyesom Wike, who is the minister of the FCT. Do you see the withdrawal of Fubara as a triumph of godfatherism in Nigeria? How do you look at it? For me personally, I look at it from the prism, from the point of view of the triumph of godfatherism. Otherwise, why would a sitting governor, having bought form maybe for 50 million, 100 million, at the end of the day, he said he was after he was withdrawing.
So that peace will reign.
So that peace will reign. What do you make out of it? Is that still democracy in action?
Well, I said that Nigeria was created by force. There was no way Fubara could have survived his ordeal with Wike working with Tinubu. It's just not possible. Bear in mind that Fubara was not a politician. He was an accountant general, he was a civil servant. But because he was a person trafficking money to Wike, when Wike was in the PDP, the EFCC was deployed against him. But they couldn't arrest him because he was a sitting governor. They wanted to arrest Fubara. So he kept Fubara in the government house where they could not come in. And then from there, he made him governor to make him unarrestable. Now, common sense should have dictated that if you ride a tiger, if you step down, it will eat you. At the time that Fubara and Wike started having problems, a thorough civil servant would have resigned from the governorship. And nobody would have been hearing about him today. Many people in the PDP were bitter that Fubara was made governor because he wasn't among them.
He wasn't a politician?
He was not, yes. So there was nothing he was struggling to achieve. And the person who could hold the balance, the president, was the employer of your persecutor. So I don't think, even saying that he withdrew is just like a joke. A serious person would have even resigned both from the governorship and the party and go his way. But the reward of public office in Nigeria is so high that even an angel will be corrupted by it. So I don't think there's any news about it. It's all the same force system. Because look at it, Chinda, who is the nominee, remained in PDP until he won the election. He was the minority leader in the House.
But he has not resigned.
That I'm telling you.
He has not resigned from the PDP.
And that's why when he was talking about the INEC timetable and things like that, these are jokes. They are all planning it. Maybe where will be is nice, where they want to see if they can vandalize.
Yeah.
Because what the INEC and their collaborators are doing, it looks like politics is a drill where you order people up and down. Politicians are not people you order. And something you cannot administer, don't establish it as policy. It doesn't make sense. He talked about George Washington. Many of these people who are running for nomination, have they visited their party members in different locations to address them on their policy choices? In the United States, in the UK, people go on tour talking to the constituencies, their party members in different constituencies. But have you ever seen it here?
These people don't
So
matter.
it's a drill list.
Yeah.
Once you have a list, you take, you share money, and people go. So I don't think we should bother ourselves about it.
No, we should really bother ourselves about what has happened. I am saying it's a triumph of godfatherism.
Yes.
Because what happened in
It's a triumph.
Rivers, yes.
And it's something that sends wrong signal to our democracy. That if one man says you are going to be there, then you'll be there. If that same man says you are not going to be there, even if the people love you, even if the people are ready to vote you 100%, you are not going to get any ticket. So that is the challenge. Remember also Wike mentioned that Ireti Kingebe was not going to return back as a senator. And suddenly there was a suit against candidature. Suddenly. So you can see
the court has struck out that.
Yes, just yesterday. You can see the influence of strong men in politics with deep pocket. Oh, we are no more talking about how they call up a judge at night and give him Ghana must go. And then the judge goes to the court and tells blah, 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 and rules in their favor. You see the kind of influence they run. One young man was in Lagos, a House of Assembly member who was contesting Surulere, and suddenly he said his police was withdrawn. Just to make sure, tell him, look, we don't want you again, and there's nothing you're going to do about this. So they try to.
No, there is nothing surprising about this.
So
you know, Fubara comes from a
influence.
family of highly learned people. I think about 3 of them, his brothers, are professors. He shouldn't be in, he's not in weakest rank in terms of family background. Are you following what I'm saying? His hometown, Opobo, is one of the the cities that got education earliest. That's number one. But it's a machinery system. It's machine politics.
Okay.
We are hearing about Fubara because of where he is. As I was coming here, Okowa, Ifeanyi Okowa, the daughter, has won nomination for House of Assembly in Delta. Ibori's daughter, Uduaga's daughter, 3 of them.
Elitist politics.
Then Okowa himself
is seeking for senatorial.
So is the one you are hearing about is machine politics. That's why people should not pay attention to it. There are many capable people in Nigeria who do not participate in politics because they have ideas, but they don't want to use their ideas against other people.
I just want to say again that the parties have been hijacked by these persons. So as soon as you are floating a new party, they will send in their people there and hijack the party. And the party will
Just watch what will happen, because this rule by the court was not challenged by INEC. They say they are reading the judgment to know. They will discuss and say, okay, let us take it to December so that we can go and roughen the waters everywhere.
So this actually informed why Obi foresaw this coming and ran away entirely and disappeared from ADC and launched himself in NDC. You know, so because the parties have been manipulated by the power brokers, by money bags, and those with wide influence in society, and they have actually collapsed the institution. That's my worry.
Yeah.
The judiciary has been collapsed. The legislature has been collapsed. You see what's going on with the Senate president. Whatever they want him to do is what he does. He's seeking re-election, and the Senator Hope also want to upstage him. You know, his tenure hasn't ended, but he's getting
gentlemen,
to return back to
our
the Senate.
time is.
So you can see the my back, I rob your back.
We don't have time.
So I've supported Tinubu, so it's time for Tinubu to repay me with Senate prisons.
I wish we have more time. We would have discussed the rationale behind the appreciation the former President Goodluck Jonathan to come back to politics and contest the presidential election, and one would ask, what did he forget at the presidential villa? I do hope that when we come back next time, we'll discuss about that. But that has to do with what the court says about, you know, he was his position is somebody sued him for the court to determine whether he's qualified or not to run for another time. Gentlemen, we've come to the end of our discussion. I thank you for calling. I thank you for participating, and we'll do that some other time. Thank you. Thank you very much.
God bless Nigeria.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
And deliver from political
Thank you.
bandits.
And for our viewers,
God bless Nigeria and deliver from political
watching
bandits.
Signature
That's our
Television.
prayer.
Once again,
Let God bless us and leave Nigeria
is
alone.
Mike Ubani. Thank you.
Thank you.
The 3-day summit, now in its second edition, was convened under the theme Remaking the Southeast as an Economic Powerhouse. Designed as an engine room for strategic economic revival, the gathering brought together Igbo elders, traditional rulers, state governors, diplomats, business leaders, and foreign investors, all committed to charting a new economic direction for the region. Deputy Governor of ENUGU State, Ifeanyi Osai, who stood in for Governor Peter Mba as the special guest of honor, commended the organizers for sustaining what he described as a critical intervention platform. He noted that new market opportunities are emerging for Igbo entrepreneurs across African markets and stressed that strong leadership collaboration and regional alignment are essential for success. Osai also emphasized the role of academic institutions, describing them as the knowledge factories that must be harnessed to drive innovation, skills development, and long-term growth.
By the time they move their goods from here to Aba or Oka, you will have made 3, 10, 20, 30 revenue checkpoints. That cannot be the zone desirous of growth. If we must expand our opportunities, if we must develop what the way we project to, we must first of all work to create a common market. In Southeast, a common market that makes investment attractive to foreign investors and private capital.
Secretary of the Southeast Business Summit, Dr. Ife Diokwenna, highlighted the core objectives of the summit, which include attracting investors, accelerating business deals, showcasing regional potentials, and setting measurable timelines for economic targets. He challenged stakeholders and patrons of the region to work collectively towards building a $100 trillion Southeast economy by 2030, a target he described as ambitious but achievable with the right commitment.
We need to, as a matter of fact, reduce crime. But when it's tough, it takes place through the private sector and bank services. Insecurity will structurally reduce because of new and independent private sector, which what states actually. I would say I think the meeting of business minds.
Summit Chairman Sam Ohuabonwa took a historic reflection, noting that the Southeast once played a dominant role in Nigeria's economic landscape, especially between 1960 and 1966. He urged the governors of the 5 Southeast states to prioritize regional economic restructuring and deploy their statutory powers to rebuild what he termed the region's lost economic glory.
Others may blame it on Hanese. What is Hanese doing? That's the question here. That's the refrain. What is Hanese? Each time there's a problem, what's Hanese doing? If the Southeast is not moving forward, they blame on Hanese. And sometimes they blame our traditional institutions. And some others say it is the fault of the business class. People are not investing at home. You are going to invest somewhere. In my view, ladies and gentlemen, all these complaints are correct. And in fact, there is enough blame to go down to every one of us. Why are we where we are? Why are we punching below our weight?
Other speakers stressed the urgent need to confront insecurity, rebuild investors' confidence, strengthening infrastructure, and restore trust, all key ingredients required to attract sustainable investments into the region.
How do we reverse this? We have to adopt what we call export-led growth strategy. Please understand that Nigeria doesn't have we don't have industrial policy in Nigeria. You don't know that. We don't have industrial policy in Nigeria. We should have industrial policy for Southeast. We don't have trade policy. We don't have trade policy in Nigeria. We don't, as of now, we don't have trade policy.
It's an opportunity for the ENUGU community to join hands with us. We are designed through the governance system, through a well-balanced economy, through a very, very stable currency, and GDP per capita which is very consistent.
The South is endowed with a lot of resources. The Southeast is endowed with a lot of business and industrial capabilities. It is therefore not surprising that a coming together of these two regions, not exclusively, and moving together, advancing the economies of these two regions to the benefit of the entire nation, is something that we look forward to.
The Southeast Business Investment Summit 2025 is expected to produce a comprehensive roadmap for reviving the region's economy. Stakeholders say the journey towards remaking the Southeast may be long, but with unified leadership, secured environments, and renewed investors' confidence, the region can once again take its rightful place as a major economic force in Nigeria and beyond. In ENUGU, Chinemere Mikebuna, Signature TV News.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
You don't tire for this picture. Oh yeah, make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they wait you. Sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey, whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal they reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get Ogbonge free to air decoder, you don't win. This one, now our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700-388-7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by MBC.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what is called CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. we are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what is called CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, NUT holds nationwide protest demanding rescue of abducted Oyo teachers and pupils. U.S. Congress called for due process in Nnamdi Kanu's case. High Court orders Kenyan government to release details of Ebola facility. And Iran's IRGC launches retaliatory strike after U.S. attacks. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Nigerian Union of Teachers has continued to stage protests across several states of the Federation, demanding the immediate rescue of teachers and pupils abducted by gunmen in Oyo State nearly 3 weeks ago. The nationwide demonstrations followed growing public concern over the continued captivity of 39 pupils and 7 teachers kidnapped from schools in Orire local government area of Oyo State on May 15th. In Ibadan, teachers gathered at the Nigerian Labour Congress Secretariat before embarking on a peaceful march through major parts of the city, carrying placards and banners calling for the safe return of the victims. Union leaders said the protest was aimed at drawing national attention to the plight of the abductees and urging government and security agencies to fulfill their responsibility of protecting life and educational institutions. Similar demonstrations took place in Plateau State, where teachers described the incident as a serious threat to education and called for urgent intervention by the federal government. The Plateau State chairman of the Nigerian Union of Teachers, Elisha Ayimani, warned that the union would suspend work until the abducted teachers and pupils are safely reunited with their families. Teachers also took to the streets in Kano, Taraba, Edo, Ogun, Yobe, and Adamawa State, where they were joined by labor unions, students, and civil society groups, demanding stronger security measures for schools nationwide. In Adamawa State, the protesters submitted a letter of demand to the state government, while officials assured them that their concerns were conveyed to the relevant authorities. The union maintained that attacks in schools continue to undermine teaching and learning, stressing that the safety of teachers and students remains essential to the future of education in Nigeria. The Senate has condemned the abduction of pupils and teachers in Orire local government area for your state, describing the incident as an attack on the nation's future and a matter of urgent national concern. Speaking during the resumption of plenary, Senate President Godswill Akpabio expressed concern over the attacks on schools in Oyo State and the continued captivity of dozens of pupils and teachers abducted by gunmen.
As we resume our work under the mournful shadow of a tragedy that has shaken our nation, the abduction of school children and teachers in Oyo State, this is not merely an attack on innocent citizens. It is an assault on our collective humanity. We mourn because if we cannot protect our children, we imperil our future. We mourn because a nation that cannot guarantee the safety of its teachers weakens the very foundation upon which education rests. As we mourn because for as long as those children remain in captivity, our nation remains captive with them.
Akpabio called on security agencies to intensify rescue operations and ensure the safe return of all victims, but also urging law enforcement authorities to identify, arrest, and prosecute those responsible for the attack. The Senate President expressed solidarity with the abducted victims, their families, and affected communities, stressing that the incident has generated widespread concern across the country. However, cautioned against attempts that politicize this tragedy, warning that incidents of such magnitude should not be exploited for political gain or partisan interest. Akpabio urged politicians, political office holders, and political aspirants to refrain from blame games and focus instead on supporting efforts aimed at securing the release of the victims and strengthening security around schools. He maintained that the welfare and safety of Nigerian children must remain a priority, emphasizing the need for collective action to address insecurity and protect education institutions across the country. Hundreds of commuters were stranded in ENUGU on Tuesday as commercial bus operators suspended services in protest over what they describe as a selective enforcement of regulations governing the use of government-approved transport terminals in the state capital. The operators insist that all transporters conducting business within the metropolis should be compelled to operate from designated terminals to ensure a level playing field. Correspondent Law Ibeyenwa has the report.
Commercial transport activities were disrupted across ENUGU City on Tuesday as bus drivers withdrew their services in protest over what they describe as the uneven enforcement of regulations governing the use of government-designated bus terminals in the capital city. The protest drivers are demanding that all commercial transport operators conducting business within Enugu metropolis be compelled to operate from the approved terminals. They argue that while some operators have complied with the directive and relocated to the terminals, others continue to pick up passengers from roadside locations, creating unfair competition and reducing patronage for those operating within the parks. The drivers maintain that their action was aimed at drawing the attention of the authorities to what they describe as selective enforcement of transport regulations.
Both the Obiago people, all of them should come inside the terminal, because most times the people that will carry from New Market to inside terminal, and there's some people that will be going to Obiago or New Heaven, they will not see the bus here or the keke here. They will now forced to trek down to the normal place that they used to do, which is not supposed to. So what we are saying is that we want everybody to come inside the terminal, so that even the keke that's going to artisan, so that anybody that we drop here, they can be able to see the keke or the bus that's going to their own destination. So it will not be hard for everybody or to other person that is even afar from the terminal.
The thing one cause be say, now those people where they drive the bus, some they rode for outside, some they rode for inside the terminal. And those where they rode for outside, those where they rode for inside terminal, no, they get passengers. Those where they rode for outside, they get passengers. The thing gone there like say some pass orders, like custom.
The protest left hundreds of passengers stranded at major bus terminals across the city, particularly travelers seeking to embark on interstate travels. Some of the passengers expressed frustration over the sudden disruption, lamenting the inconvenience brought about by the withdrawal of services.
There's no vehicle, no bus.
How long have you been here?
For 1 hour.
What's the reason now?
They said that some are loading outside, that coming inside the back. So 5 people decided to fight against them, so that everybody must be in the back before loading or before going to the back.
I don't actually know the main problem. Yeah.
What are you going to do?
Sir?
What are you going to do?
Nothing, I just wait for the problem to be solved now.
As the protest continued, several commercial vehicles remained parked at strategic locations across the metropolis, while the drivers held meetings and consultations on the way forward. At the time of filing this report, the ENUGU state government had yet to issue an official statement on the development. However, an official of the Aboka terminal disclosed that the manager, government officials, and officials of the transport unions were engaged in discussions aimed at resolving the dispute and restoring normal transport services. Commuters and stakeholders are hopeful that the ongoing negotiations will yield a positive outcome and bring an end to the disruption affecting movement within and outside the state capital. From Enugu, Law Ibenyanwa reporting.
The National Identity Management Commission has warned Nigerians against a fraudulent social media message claiming to offer free corrections to national identification number records through an unofficial online portal. In a public advisory issued on its official social media platform, Commission described the message and its accompanying links as a phishing scam designed to steal personal information from unsuspecting members of the public. NIMSE assured Nigerians that the National Identity Database remains secure and protected against unauthorized access, urging citizens not to engage with suspicious links circulating online. Commission advised individuals seeking to update or correct the national identification number details to use only approved channels, including the official self-service portal and authorized enrollment centers nationwide. According to the agency, any identity-related service offered through unofficial websites or social media links should be treated with caution and reported to the appropriate authorities. NIMSE also encouraged Nigerians to verify information through its official communication platforms and remain vigilant against online fraudsters who exploit digital platforms to obtain sensitive personal data. The United States Congress has called on the Nigerian government to ensure that all legal proceedings involving the leader of indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, are conducted in accordance with constitutional provisions and international human rights obligations. The call followed the adoption of a resolution by the United States House of Representatives urged an American diplomatic engagement with Nigeria over concerns relating to Kanu's trial, conviction, and detention. The resolution introduced by Congressman John James encouraged the Nigerian government to uphold due process, guarantee access to legal representation and medical care, and ensure humane conditions of detention for the IPOB leader. U.S. lawmakers also urged Nigerian authorities to consider the findings of the United Nations Working Group on arbitrary detention, who previously raised concerns about Kanu's detention and called for appropriate remedies. The U.S. Congress reaffirmed its commitment to promoting human rights, freedom of expression, and the rule of law, while encouraging Nigeria to ensure that all judicial proceedings comply with both domestic and international legal standards. Still to come, High Court orders Kenyan government to release details of Ebola facility. Iran's IRGC launches retaliatory strike after U.S. attacks. Stay with us.
We are local.
International communities observing
Where the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Kenya's High Court has ordered the government to disclose details of a proposed United States-linked Ebola quarantine facility amid growing public opposition and protest over the planned project. The court directed the Ministry of Health to make public all agreements, biosafety assessments, regulatory approvals, and operational protocols relating to the proposed facility in Laikipia County. The ruling also extended earlier orders suspending the establishment of any Ebola quarantine, isolation, or treatment center in the country and barred the admission of individuals exposed to the virus pending further review. The decision comes a day after hundreds of protesters took to the streets of Nanyuki to oppose the project. Reports indicate that 2 people died from gunshot wounds during the unrest, although authorities have yet to issue an official statement on the fatalities. The legal challenge was brought by the rights group Katiba Institute, which argues that the proposed facility poses potential public health risk and lacks transparency. The Law Society of Kenya and the country's main doctors' union have also expressed opposition to the plan, calling for greater public consultation and disclosure. United States officials have reportedly described the proposed 50-bed facility as a center for asymptomatic Americans exposed to the Ebola virus. Despite the controversy, Kenya's government insists the project is part of broader efforts to strengthen emergency health response systems. President William Ruto defended the initiative, saying the facility is similar to existing health infrastructure across the country and forms part of long-standing health cooperation between Kenya and the United States. Global technology company NVIDIA has announced plans to bring advanced artificial intelligence capabilities to personal computers through a new generation of AI-powered laptops and desktops expected to launch later this year. Speaking at the company's annual GTC conference in Taipei, NVIDIA Chief Executive Officer Jensen Huang unveiled the new RTX Spark superchip, describing it as a breakthrough that could reinvent the personal computer. The new chip combines central processing and graphics processing capabilities, enabling computers to run sophisticated artificial intelligence models and digital assistants directly on the device. NVIDIA said the technology was developed in collaboration with MediaTek and will power upcoming desktop and laptop models from major brands including Dell, HP, Lenovo, Asus, Microsoft Surface, and MSI. According to Wang, The new generation of AI personal computers will allow users to interact with intelligent digital agents capable of conducting research, reading files, understanding commands, and assisting with daily tasks. Microsoft said the devices will support highly capable AI models and complex workloads while operating without relying entirely on cloud-based computing. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps says it has launched a retaliatory strike against a military base allegedly used by the United States forces, following what it described as an American attack on an Iranian communications facility. In a statement carried by the Iranian media, the Revolutionary Guard said its aerospace force targeted the base from which it claimed an attack on a communications tower on Sirik Island in Hormozgan province originated. The Iranian military said the operation successfully struck its intended targets, although it did not disclose the location of the base. Meanwhile, authorities in Kuwait reported that air defense systems intercepted missiles and drones after warning sirens sounded across parts of the country. Kuwait's Ministry of Foreign Affairs condemned the attacks, warning that continued military actions threaten regional security and undermine ongoing efforts to reduce tension. At least 5 people have been killed in Israeli attacks across southern Lebanon, just hours after United States President Donald Trump announced an agreement aimed at reducing hostilities between Israel and Hezbollah. Lebanese state media reported that 2 Syrian workers were killed when an Israeli strike hit a plant nursery in the town of Jeptik in the Batia Governorate. Additional drone strikes targeted a motorcycle in Tol and a vehicle in Ansar, killing 2 people, while another attack in Batia claimed the life of a motorist. The attacks occurred shortly after President Trump announced that he had held separate discussions with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and representatives of Hezbollah, claiming both sides had agreed to halt attacks. According to the Lebanese presidency, the proposed arrangement would see Hezbollah cease firing into Israel, while Israeli forces would stop targeting Beirut's southern suburbs. However, neither Israel nor Hezbollah has publicly confirmed acceptance of the reported agreement. Nigerian music star Davido, Victory, and Timaya have joined growing calls for the rescue of dozens of pupils and teachers abducted by gunmen in Oyo State, urging President Bola Tinubu to take decisive action against rising insecurity. Organizers of Big Brother Niger have announced that a reunion show for the reality show's milestone 10th season will premiere on June 8, promising viewers another round of drama, revelations, and unresolved tensions among former housemates. And Hollywood is marking the 100th anniversary of the birth of legendary screen icon Marilyn Monroe, with special exhibitions, auctions, and tributes celebrating our enduring impact on the entertainment industry. Quinette Wokonta has all the details on entertainment news.
Some Nigerian musicians have joined calls for the rescue of pupils, students, and teachers kidnapped by gunmen from Baptist Nursery and Primary School, Yawota Community Grammar School, and LA Primary School, Esile in Orire, local government area of Oyo State on May 15, 2026. A total of 39 students and 7 teachers were abducted during the attack, while 2 teachers were reportedly killed, triggering widespread outrage across the country. Reacting to the incident, singer Vitoni urged President Bola Tinubu to address the worsening security situation and ensure the safe return of all kidnapped victims, particularly the children. Similarly, Davido expressed deep sadness over the abduction and the continued suffering of the victims in captivity. He stressed that the prevailing insecurity in the country should not be allowed to persist and extended his sympathy to the victims and their families. Also reacting, Timaya issued a statement calling on the federal government to take more decisive and urgent steps to tackle the growing security challenges across the country. He appealed for increased collaboration and swift action to address the escalating insecurity affecting many communities nationwide. Organizers of Big Brother Niger have announced that the reunion show for the reality show's landmark 10th season will premiere on June 8, The announcement was made via the program's official social media platforms on Monday, with organizers teasing viewers about the return of former housemates and the drama expected to unfold during the reunion. According to the organizers, the reunion will air on Africa Magic Showcase at 10 p.m. Watt and on Africa Magic Family at 10:30 p.m. Watt. The reunion comes shortly after auditions for the 11th season of the popular reality television show were concluded. Prior to the auditions, aspiring contestants were required to register through the official audition portal, provide personal information, and select their preferred audition dates, locations, and time slots. Physical auditions took place in Lagos, Abuja, and ENUGU between May 22 and May 24th. The upcoming reunion will bring together housemates from Season 10, which aired from July to October 2025, and featured the largest cast in the show's history. Tagged 10 over 10, the season featured 29 contestants and concluded with Imisi emerging as the winner after 10 weeks of intense competition. Other finalists included Dede, Koyin, Sultana, Kola, Jason J, Mensing, K-Bobo, and Isabella. Faith was disqualified shortly before the grand finale. With preparations already underway for season 11, the reunion is expected to revisit some of the major conflicts, alliance, and controversies that defined one of the most memorable editions of Big Brother Naija. Hollywood has begun celebration marking the 100th anniversary of the birth of screen icon Marilyn Monroe. The tribute event kicked off with a gathering at the historic Chinese Theater, where fans honored the late actress with roses, a birthday cake, and a rendition of Happy Birthday. The Academy Museum has also opened a special exhibition, Marilyn Monroe, Hollywood Icon, showcasing hundreds of items from her life and career, including the famous pink dress she wore in Gentlemen Prefer Blondes. The exhibition will run until February 2027. As part of the centenary celebrations, Julian's Auctions will host a special sale featuring nearly 200 Monroe memorabilia items, including rare photographs, personal belongings, and film-related materials. Born in Los Angeles on June 1st, 1926, Monroe rose from a difficult childhood to become one of Hollywood's most celebrated stars. Known for films such as Some Like It Hot and A 7-Year Itch, she also challenged industry norms by advocating for fair treatment and greater opportunities for women in entertainment. Monroe died in 1962 at the age of 36, but her legacy continues to influence popular culture around the world. That's the entertainment news. Queen Wokunta, Signature TV News.
That's the news. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.